the side. Bum, bum. Oh, this is Neil Diamond. Not a dream. You're not an angel. You're a woman. I'm not a king, just a man. Take my hand. We'll make a space in this life that we plan, and you will stay until it's time for you to go. Don't ask why of me. Don't ask forever. He sang a bunch of good songs. The first time. That's a terrible version. That's terrible version. That's the first cover song I don't think he does a good job with. Maybe I need to listen to it more. Just seeing if I can find one song that's any good. I just can't help believing. I saw the Foreskins play tonight. I saw the one and only touchdown I'll see all year. They won. How about George Jones? Now I'm just a bartender. Don't like my work, but I don't mind the money at all. I see lots of sad faces and lots of bad cases of folks with their backs to the wall. But I need four walls around me, oh, my life. Keep me from going astray. And the honky-tonk angel, hold me tight to keep me from slipping away. I can light up your smokes. I can laugh at your jokes. I can watch you fall down on your knees. I can close down this bar. I can gas up my car. I can pack up and mail in my keys. But I need four walls around me. Keep me from going astray. All right, that's enough stalling so people can sign in. No one really signs in anyway. Yeah, it's just a few people. That's great, though. I'm glad to see you all. I'm getting chills from my medicine, not because anything serious. And now this is heating me up, which is good. So I didn't come on this weekend. I'm feeling guilty about that. But I really haven't been able to walk the last 4 or 5 days. Look, I've had this much, much worse, so I'm not complaining. But I am saying that I didn't get much done this weekend. And I was able to get up this afternoon, go where I wanted to go on Sunday and come back, but it was took a little bit out of me. I'm not complaining. I'm so grateful that I could do it. But anyway, it's by way of explaining that I've got this on. Hopefully, usually when the chills come, it means the attack is over with, or soon will be. So hopefully that's what it is. Anyway, I didn't add up the last count. Like I said, I didn't get much done this weekend. I just basically, withdrew to the covers and tried to get over this endless thing I have, which is called gout. It never goes away, but when it does go away, everything's great. But then it comes back and you're like, darn it. But everybody has something, right? Everybody has something. So what I am thinking about and what I've gotten feedback on is I'm hearing a lot of excitement in some of the other names, which we can talk about. And I mean no other name disrespect. But, I kind of want to talk about goals and what it means to play those other names versus what Railtown could be. I forgot to take a picture of it, but Constellation Software, CSU, on the Canadian Stock Exchange was under $1. Then it was under $10. Then it was under 20. But it was private for a while. And then it went public. I want to say 13 years ago, but I could be way off. It could be more years than that. But Omers and John Ruffalo and Mike Nobrega, they put in the money to fund that. I think they did it at the IPO time. If it was a different time, I'm not trying to mislead. It's just my understanding. The point is the magnitude of what they did and what their investors experienced was enormous. And they had plenty of times to sell. But as far as I know, they're still in that stock. That's an assumption. But it went from, let's say, $10 a share to 5,000 Canadian. It's since pulled back. And so the question is Railtown going to be a facsimile of a cash flow compounding machine like Constellation Software, who AIP Partners is trying to replicate or imitate? Or is Railtown going to be I don't know any stories out there, that Windrift story, but I don't know any major acquisitions. Some of you might. But is Railtown going to be a story where they come out of the gate, and by gate, I don't know how quickly, it could take a week, a month, a quarter, whatever. But do they come out and prove up the magnitude of their conductor and, let's say, the margins, the profitability of their conductor? Do they prove up the applicability of conductor across all software development teams, regardless of languages they use, computer languages, and regardless of, what network they're in? Just it's an app for universal application of software development. And so what happens then? Does Railtown come out and I don't know, within 90 days, within 6 months, prove up that conductor is gigantic and it's the next must-have thing for Microsoft or for NVIDIA or for Apple. I should show you that video. I think Apple's going to be in trouble from China and from Tesla. But who knows? I think Apple's going to need something to stay up, and maybe it's revenue from Railtown. Well, I would submit to you what's going to happen is both things. You're going to see a compounding growth of revenues as a result of the AIP strategy that on its own, over time, could take the stock massively higher. And on the conductor side, the Railtown side, I think you're going to see a hockey stick in growth of clients, growth of revenue, and projected revenue. Both entities could give explosive returns, but here we are still waiting for the attorneys. God love them. I wonder if attorneys go to heaven. They already spent their lifetime acting like God. I think once this merger or acquisition occurs, I think there's two powerful engines telling us not to sell right away. I guess that's going to be my main message tonight. The Charm Boys, I use that name because I'm not trying to pick on any one person, but the Charm Boys will come in to this audience, probably not via YouTube, but they'll come in and Twitter and elsewhere, and they'll tell you, you got to get in this new stock that's going to run, and you better take that win. Hey, a win's a win, and you never go broke taking profits, and sell and never look back. It's all crap. But they're very sensible sounding slogans to get you to do what they want you to do. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. If you want to trade those stocks, trade them. But it's two different ideas. It's two different concepts. That's hot money. That's trading money. That's money you're going to lose because you don't have access to information. The people that are paid and are rewarded with stock and kickbacks to come tell you, hey. You should buy, MTEN. It's going to squeeze. I just met one of the hedge funds that owns it. Well, MTN could squeeze. There's a possibility if you don't buy MTN that it squeezes. On the other hand, that was a very similar story, minus meeting the hedge fund guy, that MTN had at 26. And it went all the way down either to 3 or 5. I think I have a chart here. How do you recover from that? You hang on and you believe the story over and over again. But what happened during the time that you bought in and it collapsed? You know the answer. The professionals, and they're all crooks, but the professionals just sell stock that doesn't exist. And they keep doing it. They love it if it happens slowly, It goes up by the elevator and comes down by the stairwell. They love that because they can make more money as it goes down. And they're taking more money from you. And then it comes collapsing down and you go, oh my God, I lost all that. And so are you going to trade the next one better? And let's say you bought MTN At 26, it's now 3. I don't know. We'll look. I don't know what it is right now. But now the message is this is going to go. It might. Look, there's a handful of these stocks. They're all Chinese. They seem to have the same core group of investors. They seem to be organized by Univest, and the smart guy, right now I forgot his name, at the top of Univest, and he's making available the offshore computers and offshore trading desks that you can bribe, and they can turn on the buy machines. They just code the machines with an algorithm to buy, as the sellers have an algorithm to sell. But if those two computers meet each other, they recognize each other in this ether. What they need is the match to ignite at first a bunch of you all buying, and the promoters are paid to come tell you about it. I don't care what you do. You don't have to do it. Okay, why bring it up? So it's rallying, and then hopefully a meme gets created. And by the buy computers magnifying every buying bit you do, it gets around the world. Maybe it ends up in the hands of, guys that are playing poker online. They see this thing move, they start buying, and it picks up momentum, and all of a sudden it runs up. And there's two things that happens when it runs up. One is maybe it squeezes, but as it's going up, they keep selling. But once it turns, and they know when it turns, they could be wrong, but the point is their discipline, if you want to call that, is just sell. Sell as it goes up. As it starts to turn, heavily sell. If they missed it, it starts going up, keep selling. They'll get bailed out by Stevie Cohen. And what do? Well, you're buying MTN, not for fundamental reasons. You're buying GDC, not for fundamental reason. You're buying G-Bucks, not for fundamental. Nixie sounded fundamental, but in essence, you're buying Nix for non-fundamental reasons. Buying, what's the other ones? There's other ones out there that we've talked about. And one of you says, don't trash other ideas. I'm not trashing other ideas. It's just a different purpose. It's using your money for a different purpose, speculating, but high risk gambling. Hey, put it all on number 30, as it's spinning. Put it all on number 7. And put it on black 7 and, whatever. 00. And if your number comes up, you're rich. But unlike the roulette wheel, if your number comes in and you get this big pile of chips, no one's going to take those chips away from you. If a stock starts to squeeze and you're so excited you can't believe it, finally something's happening, well, then you're faced with this cruel decision. Do I sell GTII at 10, or is it really squeezing this time? The system has so many ways to put the brakes on a squeeze. And they brought in COSM. COSM went from pennies up to 88 cents. The message was it was going to be a huge squeeze. And the CEO's on your side. Baloney. He's a Greek. And he hadn't been able to raise money in forever, as best I remember. And all of a sudden, he took 35 million, 33 million out of the market, again, by memory. So that's what's going to happen, maybe an MTN or GDC. And when it happened with COSM, the excitement, I remember the excitement. That was humming like a volcano. But did you get out at the right time? Could you resist the siren song that it was going to go to $100? Did you just get out at 80 cents? Very few did. But the professional criminals, they got out. They know they can set the suckers up the next time. They're not trying to get rich on one trade. They get stock to pump it to you. Frank Benedetto get a bunch of stock of COSM, free to trade. It pumps up. He's out, brother. He can pay his mortgage that month, maybe that quarter. And where are you? And then as it goes down, you're wondering if it's still going to catch hold. These run-ups are not automatic, and they're not, in my judgment, based on Wall Street having to buy in short positions. If they were, you'd see a lot of squeezes all the time. You don't see them every now and then. To me, what makes a squeeze happen is essentially three things. One, some surprise in revenue or valuation or a discovery or a merger that the seller made a stupid deal. Some huge jump overnight in valuation on paper, not necessarily in the market, that nobody expected. Number one. Number two, you've got to bring in the promoters. You've got to cheat, collude, break securities laws, just like the criminals do. You got to go buy the same collusion, the same market manipulation, the same computers. They just go to the buy side instead of the sell. You got to pay for that, have money to put up on it, and you got to manipulate it. And it helps if you have a bank behind you trying to make that happen. And then so you've got the computers, algorithms, trading to buy, and some money to play with. You got the sellers back and forth. But if you have rookie retail meme chasers buying, all of a sudden it could get hot and out of control. So that's the third thing. If on the sell side, the price does get out of control, a lot of the algorithms, I assume it's algorithms, but a lot of those computers, certainly a lot of the compliance, the risk desks of those funds and those prime brokers, the lending desks, they say, hey, we can't, no mas, cover. This might be the one that puts us out of, just go ahead and cover. And they start covering because at the end of the day, they are human too. And they also don't like to lose money. Once it starts hitting their money, they've been trained since they were 10 years old. Don't lose your own money. Don't lose your own money. That's what Goyim are for. Use their money. They've been trained that from a very young age. And I don't say that with any negativity toward a religion, but if you're trained from a young age, you're not going to make mistakes with your money. Others don't get that kind of perspective. Maybe we all should, but once it starts to run against them, the computers buy. Now, as it goes up, it runs up magnificently. But remember, they have losses or they have a debit, but they have credit on Wall Street. They have their buddies everywhere. They have a bunch of LLCs, a bunch of attorneys, regulars in their pocket, and they start selling it from the higher price back down. And then, look at GME. that guy, every time that runs up, I get little Twitters here. And, oh, it's going to run, you better get, and then he does a deal. Cohen, I think his name is. Not Steve. I don't remember. Rob Cohen. I don't remember his first name. But the CEO of GME, every time he cons, all the people still chasing yesterday's squeeze coming in. Oh, we got to get in. It's going to be the mother of all squeezes. As soon as it gets up to some level, boom, they short a bunch. So there's a big pool of money at a prime broker that was just sold into existence. They just sold non-existent shares. It goes up, they sell it on the way down, comes down, boom, boom, cross, bing, bing. The bankers make money, the market makers make money, the shorters close their positions, the guys promoting, like the idiot Roaring Kitty, get their kickback. They have a payday, they fly to Dubai, and try to celebrate and hide their conscience. And I told you guys that I thought GME was way overpriced. Way overpriced. When one of the first times it was brought up on this channel, the per share cash, to my memory, was like $3 something. And the stock's trading at 30. I said, this is insane. But you know what, Ron Cohen, maybe? He was smart, and I think he worked with the shorts. And maybe it's quid pro quo. But help us get out of this big loss that we have, and we'll do it several times. When it runs up, we're going to place a deal. And they did it enough. My argument that when it was $4 and the stock's 30, there's no justification for that spread. Cohen's not that smart. And then I guess he bought Bitcoin, and I think it got up to $10 or something, not $8, and the stock's trading at 28. Cohen doesn't bring anything to the table. But you know, it's funny, I looked it up yesterday, and through all of his transactions on a per share basis now, it looks like they have $19 a share in cash. They have $4 billion in cash. Where'd they get it? From you. If you're still in the stock, you're saying, well, see, we told you Cohen was good. He got it. It's now worth $20 a share. But you know what's interesting? If it's got $20 a share in cash now and it's trading for 26, the premium came down. That's all I was saying, but I guess I got the direction wrong. Now it just trades at a slight margin above the cash value per share. It used to be massive. So in a way, I will admit that I got the price wrong, but in a way, my observation was correct. This premium's going to disappear, and it did. So anyway, I'll finish and go to your questions. But what I'm saying is, if you're chasing MTN or GDC or GBucks or ZJYL, all stocks that could still be manipulated higher with zero fundamental reason to own them. Well, GDC has 7,500 Bitcoin. It's worth $1 billion. Well, we'll go through that if you want to. I can't find the ejector seat, but just ask yourself, if you had $1 billion, would you put all of that in and give up control in a company that no one's heard of, and today is trading at 40% or less of the value of the Bitcoin, there's something there that doesn't ring true. It may be as simple that the market figures GDC is going to raise a lot of money. And if GDC raises a lot of money, maybe they'll use the newly created preferred stock somehow to bring that money to the guy that put the Bitcoin in, or increase his or her position so that she's ahead. And you might have a company at the end of the day, they'll do the same thing. They'll raise money. And you may have a company that CEO, Zheng Wang, owns the company. You own a little bit. But it might have a couple hundred, it might be a miniature Cohen. That might be fun to be around, but it'll take years. But you'll feel like you're part of the crowd. You're in on it. It's cool. They're flying by private jet, and you'll feel part of that excitement. It's just a different investment than Railtown. And anyway, that's the main thing I wanted to say. I'm not picking on any of those. And I actually think, I didn't read anything, but I heard that the plan of action across one of these conference calls on Twitter is that a bunch of these investors are going to meet, I don't know, in Singapore or something. There was a day when I would be invited to go, but I heard about that last week, and it was in the context of finger motion, is how I heard it. But one of the nights, I think it was last night, when the chills and I can't sleep, but I'm just staring at the stupid computer, watching dogs be groomed for the 50th time, trying to not be bored. It just occurred to me, that trip's not about finger motion. It could be. I mean, I'm not in the loop. I don't think it's about finger motion. I think it's about GDC and maybe MTN and maybe ZJYL, maybe G-Bucks, and believe it or not, maybe Nixie. A lot of the same investors, a lot of the same bankers, and a lot of the same ideas that if you can trigger the buy computing along with retail buying, meme buying, you could then, because none of the bankers work anymore. There's no road shows. There's barely any phone calls anymore. By work, I mean, go get a client. They have a client like Polar or like the 4 that Jeff Easton has. And it's as simple as, hey, we've got 25 million available in one of these toxic protected convertible or at the money with triple warrants or whatever notes in GDC, available at $35 if the stock runs to 100. And the guys have been selling stock that doesn't exist. They say, sure, we'll take it. We can do that. They close out the position on a bunch of the stock they sold higher. Everybody gets a commission. Everybody meets at the bar. Everybody picks up the 1 or 2 chicks at the end of the bar in the red dress or white dress or black dress. And then, maybe they're into cocaine. Who knows? But they celebrate. And you're like, well, it's supposed to squeeze. Should I get out? It's tough. It's fun. But what I would argue, if you can stick with Railtown, I mean, pick one of these guys the other day that I didn't add up. let's use math, science, computer tutor. I think that's the name. I can't read it. But 67,000 shares of Railtown. Well, he could get wooed out of all or half or a quarter to go over into one or two of these stocks. And if one works and he sells it at the right time, that's a hell of a story. Odds are he gets wooed out and the guys promoting it make money and he's going to kind of be licking his chops. But here's my point. If he keeps his 67,000 shares and he's not distracted by the siren songs, just let them, they're always there. These guys always need to make money. There's always another story. These aren't the last stories you're going to be wooed by. But if he keeps his 67,000 shares and Railtown next week or the following week, what's this? Let's say by the end of October. Look, guys, if the attorneys don't finish the documents for the acquisition by Railtown of AIP Partners in the next couple of weeks, 3 weeks, you've only got 2 more weeks till holiday season. Thanksgiving begins a long-ass holiday break that barely gets interrupted for the Christmas and maybe Hanukkah, I don't know. But for the December holidays and then for New Year's. If they don't get this shit done soon, you might as well wait for Martin Luther King Day. So I think it's going to get done. That's my point. So I think it'll be next week. My prediction was Tuesday, but maybe it's the following week. Maybe somehow it's that third week. But I really don't think they're going to let this go beyond October because they've got to get out there into the stream and into the money, into the capital. So anyway, if the tutor kept 67,000 shares of Railtown, and let's just say sometime next week, Tuesday or Wednesday, they announce the completion, I'd say that stock by the end of the week closes at $1.25. So his stock position is $83,000, but he's still looking a little enviously over at M10 that's gone from 3 back up to 18. He's thinking, shit, I'm missing out. Well, if he continues to hold his 67,000 shares beyond the end of next week, the following week, you might see some news on pick one, either revenue out of Railtown or a roll-up in AIP. Pick one or the other. Pick one t'other, as my dad sometimes would imitate upstate New York. I think that would bring the stock to 250. So if he can hang on 2 weeks, I think his position becomes 167,000. Now we're about 3 weeks away from tomorrow. And whatever revenue was announced, let's say by Railtown, let's say the next week it's matched by an acquisition in the AIP network. I think that could be the deal that gets the stock close to $5. Why? It's proving a concept. We get to learn about it. And the first one's probably going to be one of the big ones. So I'm going to double that again in, let's call it the 5th week. Not tomorrow, starting tomorrow, 5 weeks out. I think his position could be worth $335,000. Well, if he gets excited out of Railtown because someone's saying, psst, psst, you got to buy M10, psst, psst, you got to buy GDC, and he sells at 50 cents, I don't know, sells half of his position, sells, I don't know, a third. He sells 30,000 shares at 50 cents. He's got 15 grand. And he's playing with 15 grand. And he's reduced his position in Railtown. So he can't benefit from this steady climb. However, so hear me again. If this week he gets shaken out of Railtown, let's say he sells 30,000 just to be in another stock. I want to be in one of these, or he spreads it across the two, where it's very tough to trade. It's going to be disappointment, but he wants to try. Well, it's about 30 grand. Sorry, it's about, if he sells 30,050, it's 15 grand. He's taking 15 grand out to play with, but he's only leaving in his account about 20 grand to benefit from Railtown. What if he avoids that temptation? You know what? I love that story, Frank. Love that story, Ham. Oh, I think that's great. Dirty. That's wonderful, Anna. But I'll be there. I'll be there for the next time. And he decides that he's going to give Railtown 90 days before he gets distracted. Well, in the 5th or 6th week, if I'm right, his account's worth 335,000. I wouldn't do it. I would strongly recommend against it at that point in time, because the stock price will be 4 and the criminals are going to try to come get your money. So if your brokerage account gives you marginability, you can use it. But they will try to spike it down so where the maintenance requirement goes back to 100. And if you don't have capital, they steal your stock from you. And that's another rigged thing. But just conceptually, if Tudor waited 6 weeks, he could take 15 grand out of his 335,000. It's like 5% of his account. He could either sell, which I hope he wouldn't, or he could borrow against it. So he could by waiting, next idea, and a lot of these ideas come around again and again and again, he could just use such a small percentage amount of his account to play as if he started tomorrow playing in it. So that's one thing. Waiting will give you the opportunity to make it a little hobby, and you'll have just as much money as if you started now. Could you miss a squeeze in MTN? Could you miss a squeeze in GDC? Could you miss a squeeze in ZJYL? Could you miss a squeeze in G-Bucks? Could you miss a squeeze in Nixie? I suppose anything's possible. And I might get laid in the 90s. There's always hope. But you got to kind of look at the odds. All right, so 5 to 6 weeks out, I think his account is worth 335,000 at around $4. So that gets us to the beginning of December. Well, what happens right around then? I would imagine research reports, earnings announcement with management discussion, and I would imagine another round of revenue announcements on both sides of the story, on the conductor side and the roll-up of AIP. And I think those multiple positives could be met with a strategic investment. Imagine it, I'm making this up, it won't be he, but I don't think it would. But what if Bill Gates put 10 million in at 450? or $5 above the market. You don't think that jumpstart the story in everybody's mind? I think that is going to happen at some point. I don't know when or with who or which institution, but I think there'll be a strategic financing. Strategic means more than just the money. So when that whole cluster of additional momentum happens, I think the stock goes over $5 and maybe much over $5, $6, $6.50, $7. And believe it or not, oddly, once it's over $5, I think the stock can double in a day, a week, very quickly, because institutions can buy. They weren't allowed to buy. Well, why don't they buy? They're going to be paying too much. No, they're not. They don't think like you and me. So I think the stock, once it's sort of 556, 650, I wouldn't be surprised to see it at $12.50. December. So let's just say it goes to 8. Not. So his 67,000 shares at that point would be worth $670,000 at 8. That doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. 67,000 shares, that's at $10. So I guess my arithmetic, let's just say it went to $10. So he'd have $670,000 by the end of the year in his account. Now, when you're in the $8 range and there's buying behind you and there's a floor established by a strategic investor, now maybe you borrow 5%. Now maybe you borrow 10%. And now you go over and listen, hey, Frank, what's your latest bomb? Hey, Ham, what's your latest hamster? Hey, Dan, what's your latest boulder? And you get those ideas, you're excited, everyone's talking about them. And of course, as they go up, that's when you really want to buy them. But maybe you just, out of your, let's say his 67,000 shares go to $12.50, but let's use $10, 670,000. He takes 10% out. He can play with 75. Sorry, he can play with 67 grand. I wouldn't do it that much yet, but you could. I'm going to actually recommend that you add a little bit, to the stock, but I don't want over leverage. And don't do it without me discussing it with you first, because that's their last way to get their stock back from you. But that's December. That's a $10 stock. And he has 4 times the amount of money to play with if he can just wait into December instead of selling part of his 30,000 shares now of Railtown and losing it in the casino. If he just holds on to his Railtown, my judgment, and we can talk about it, I think mid-December, he's got $10 a share for sure. I think when I say for sure, that's a comment of strategy and opinion. It's a prediction, not a promise. I actually think it'll be higher. I think Railtown has a good chance of finishing the year at around $25. So that's why I'm comfortable. So let's say it's $10. He borrows 10%. He's got 4 or 5 times the amount of money to play with just 10% of his account instead of liquidating now. So I think you should avoid, if somebody makes money on a squeeze, God bless them. Be happy for them. If they stay in the game, they'll lose it back. But if they make the money get out, be happy for them. But be honest about the amount of time you have to play with it. And when are you going to get the news? Do you think Benedetto's the guy that's going to call you up and say, hey, I've got 100,000 shares that was given to me for free for doing all this hard work with somebody else's audience? I'm going to sell them in 1 hour. I want to give you a chance to sell first. Do you think that's his attitude? I don't. I'm sure he's got I'm sure he has your best interests at heart. But I don't think that's part of his attitude. So anyway, that's one message I have. I think if the gentleman holds on to his 67,000 shares into, I guess it would be February. When do earnings get announced for that time frame? I guess, or is it March? Typically, anyway, let's say February 15th. More news, more momentum. I think the stock is $25. Let's call it 20. He's got 1,340,000. At that point, if he wants to go gamble with the boys, we are the charm boys of the OTC. We promote any opportunity as long as we're paid. We get in early, convince the crowd as they're buying, we escape. And do it again. We are the charm boys of the OTC. I think the lyrics need a little work. But if Tudor could hold on to his 67,000 shares, January, February, $20, he's got $1,340,000. If he limited, he just controlled himself and he limited his borrowing to 10%. He's got 134,000. That's almost 10 times the money, 9 times, that he has if he gets wine and dined out right now. And I'm telling you, every story you're listening to, being at Finger or any of these that you got to be in now, how many times have you ever heard that before? One time it's going to work. But as soon as she wakes up and realizes who she spent the night with, you're not going to hear from her again. Now, here's the real thing. I believe my projection is correct. If Tudor can hang on and not sell to his 67,000 shares until May 5th. Now, that's a catchy memory trick. 5-5. 55 by 5-5. I think the stock will be $55 or more. We can try to go through some revenues. But if he goes there, that's just a projection, not a promise. All of a sudden, he's got 3.6 million. And, he may even start saying, I don't really want to trade those other stocks. I'm rich. I'm not going to risk this. And I'm going to try to show you how to hedge these positions and how to treat them as if you're Rockefeller. If I'm right, and I wouldn't be saying it unless I felt I had a very strong possibility of being correct. Tudor is going to have 67,000 shares May 5th worth $55 a share. Look, if it's June or July, are you gonna be upset with me? And he's going to have $3.7 million account. I I wish I were. That's pretty nice. Now we have to hedge it. We have to hedge it against what's coming. And I've got to convince you guys that the last 44 years was your grandfather's bull market. The next decades, it's going to be revolutionary. All those males that have been made fun of by the overly educated, underexperienced, illogical, feminist trained graduates of the East Coast and the left coast, all that ridicule, you're going to forget about it. Because America, we're going to have a different standing in the world. The feminism and the simpism and the lack of studying truth, trying to figure out the way better, it feels better this way, or and being stuck as America has been on the only war we won for 80 years. And by the way, we came into it late, and we couldn't have won it without the Soviets. The Soviets lost 60 million people. Now, not all from the war. But we don't credit that. We brag about ourselves. Fortunately, the war took place in Europe and in Japan, China, Southeast Asia. Who stood ready to lift the world out of its ditch? It was one country. We had the industrial might. We had the banking might. Are the banks U.S. banks or are they British banks? I don't know. It doesn't matter. They're supranational anyway. But the engine of the world was the United States. So for several generations, life got going very smoothly. And then the spoiled brats of the boomer generation and the feminists came in and shook everything up and changed education. Education used to follow certain, and science, they changed science, certain rules of discovery and learning and challenges, and truth was more important than feelings. And now truth is very unimportant. If you say things that offend, you're in trouble. It doesn't matter if they were true. Truth doesn't enter into it. We've got to protect the public. This crunchy frog, am I to assume that this confectionery is a chocolate coated frog? I can't remember it. I used to remember it. and you leave the bones in, well, it wouldn't be crunchy then, would it? So I think Tudor, if he can afford to wait till May, is going to have $3.7 million. But here's the thing. The Charm Boys are going to still be whispering. They're going to still be saying, hey, you should come over to this one. Psst, psst. They're not doing it for you. They're going to convince CEOs and bankers that I've got an audience, I can do this. They got 100,000 shares, 500,000 shares. Well, you know, we're not a fund. You and I are not a fund. We're not a private equity firm. So they can see what we're doing. They'll figure out there's a lot of money here. So if they convince Tudor, hey, it's 55. That's a win for retail. You need to get out. Nothing goes up, straight up, blah, blah, blah. And we got this stock over here. It's unbelievable. 8 people own the entire float, don't you see? Now, let me tell you, those 8 people, they're not going anywhere. And we got a billionaire coming in. That billionaire is going to deposit his 5,000 Bitcoin in the company, in the treasury. And we're going to get that done. And you know what else? That's not all. We are installing an AI app into the company that's going to go to the Middle East and meet with great acceptance. Oh, and by that time they'll say we bought a gold mine. And just to wrap it up, we got biotech something in there. I gotta go over and get in that stock. So they convinced Tudor to sell his stock at 55, which is a huge return. That's gigantic. And he says, I gotta win. I'm not looking back. Nobody goes broke taking a profit. You know, all that bullshit. Well, then you go over into one of these stocks. What if you got into it like Mountain at 26 and now it's 3? Or, and I don't know the story there. Maybe there's a reason it went to hell and it's going to come back out. But it's speculative. All right, so let's say that Tudor sells his stock at 55. I don't know what state Tudor is in, but let's say he's in a blue state, in a blue city. So he's going to pay 10% state tax, probably a little less. I'm just rounding up for arithmetic. 5% local tax, maybe. He's got to pay the 5% Romney care. Oh, no. It's called Obamacare. That's right. Obama's a Democrat. He wouldn't put in a Republican pharmacy-based healthcare plan, would he? I mean, he's a Democrat, Obama. He's not beholden to the banks or the pharmacy companies. He's FDR. I voted for that son of a bitch twice. But anyway, there's 5% for Obamacare. So that's about 20%. And it's short term. So then you got to pay it as if it's income. Federal, it's probably 37%. Let's just call it 35. So 5 plus 20 is 55. Let's just call it 50%. So Tudor sells, and he's created an obligation of 1.842 millions to the IRS and the state and the local. So he may be a kind of guy that's going to trade that for a year and try to double it and triple it, which is risky as heck. Or he may be a guy that says, you know what, I'm going to put my taxes in the bank, or I'm going to pay them right now. So all of a sudden, his account that was worth 3.7 million is now worth 1.85 million. And he could trade that beautiful new Benedetto bomb with half the money. Or if he wants to really risk his financial life, he could trade the whole thing, and if it doesn't work, the IRS will come take what's left. That's one way to do it. Or May 5th, the stock's 55, his account's worth 3,685,000. Maybe he just hangs on. Maybe he just borrows a little bit, 5%, 10%, to trade some of these other beauties. The interest rates are high now. They're credit card interest rates to borrow to trade. But let's say he does it, and he makes some money or doesn't make some money. He still has 3.6, 3.7 million. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. What if in July of next year, Microsoft makes an unsolicited bid to buy Railtown, and it's announced, and NVIDIA sees it and comes over the top of that bid. Microsoft comes over the top. It gets a lot of press. And all of a sudden, banksters all over the world are thinking, hey, I have a client that should be buying that. So maybe Apple comes in. Maybe KKR comes in. Maybe Constellation Software comes in. Maybe there's a bidding war for these kind of revenues. Let's say July. Stock's 55, and there's a bidding war. Let's say the stock goes to 165. It's bought out at 165. All of a sudden, Tudor's account is worth $11 million a year from now, a little less, 10 months from now. His account's worth $11 million, and he has no tax obligation. He didn't create a tax obligation. He didn't get out, but his so-called, like Bill Miko called it, rail crap, has turned into, let's say, Microsoft stock. Now, there will be issues about the Mag 7. We'll address it as we go. But all of a sudden, Tudor has an account worth $11 million in Microsoft stock. His trades are long-term. He might want to take some profits then, but there will be ways to hedge it. And I would just suggest to you, if you can, look, my numbers are broad guesses. They're not out of line. If you do any kind of revenue assumptions and you assume growth and you assume multiples, they're not out of line. They sound unbelievable. That's because you're dealing with stocks like G-Bucks. How's G-Bucks going to get to that kind of revenue picture and multiple? I'm not picking on the group, the investors, the bankers, the computers turning on, the money, the ability to make it squeeze. That's just a different game. Railtown gives Tudor a chance to turn his I don't know, $40,000 investment. And look, this is not a promise. And if it's lower than this, are you really going to be mad? But without selling, resisting the urge to sell, and we have to monitor that. We have to monitor that. But resisting the urge to sell and waiting for the company to be bought out, he has a chance conceptually to turn his 40 grand into 11 million shares of Microsoft, dollars worth of Microsoft. That's a hell of a trade. That's the kind of trade that you'll be talking about a long time. It doesn't involve squeezing. It doesn't involve manipulation. It doesn't involve promoters. It's just riding the wave. Anyway, I'm not picking on, by the way, I'm not picking on him. That's an example of an amount of shares out there. It's pretty exciting. And my job is, and the reason I came on tonight, I really have to keep you, if I can, from the siren song of all these unbelievable opportunities. Unbelievable. You'll never, oh, it's amazing. But I also have to keep you away from the fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Railtown is, not now, but it's a stock that can become an investment grade stock. Now, that whole sector could get revalued downward and very quickly in the future, but as a sector, it's owned by everybody. So Railtown's just different. And I commend each of you for listening to this long. I'm going to go to your questions. But I also commend you for building your positions. I know that took courage. But now we have to hold. Maybe buy more. But now we have to hold. They simply, the attorneys, simply cannot go very far. I don't know. I don't think they can go into November. Thanksgiving, that destroys a week. And then people come back from that a little tired, a little blurry, worse for wear and tear. And then December, what does anybody do in December? Not much. All right, let me go to your questions. Hey, KYP. How are you? Good to see you. Hey, Pat M. Nice to see your P. Hey, DD Play. Now I'm going to sneeze. Hey, DD Play. Hey, Scott. Exactly. Let's make some money. Show me the money. ESK, curious. My thoughts on Finger right now. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I don't get information anymore. You know, in a way that only Italians can do. I got cut off. But I guess ESK, I observe, a handful of things with Finger. I know that Ham is telling, apparently, he didn't tell me, people tell me, that he's telling people to buy calls out to January. And I like that strategy, particularly when nobody's buying the calls. When there's no premium, it's a beautiful strategy. To me, I don't think Finger's low enough yet to do that strategy. I think Finger's probably going to go back down to 125, $1, might even go under it before I would buy long-term calls. Because at that point, nobody will be buying the calls, and it's a reasonable speculation. So that's one thing. Two, Finger for 3 years, basically, and I know COVID was in there. For about 3 years, Finger has essentially the same revenue, and they don't make money. That's not a stock that excites anybody fundamentally. Third thing, I'll try to remember the number of the bullet points. Third thing, at its core, Finger Motion is a top-up business, which is, it's a decent business, I guess, for building trust and building revenue, but it's a lousy business to get multiples on. I would say the top-up business is a 1 multiple at best on revenue. 1. So if that held out, Finger Motion is, I didn't look before I started talking, but it's 2 to 3 times overpriced on that one metric. But I think why Finger is up is the excitement about Sapientus and the well, first there's the laboratories that could bring in MetLife and Pacific Life Re. One of them stepped back, but that's moving forward. If that ever moved to commercialization, that's a very powerful upside, but it hasn't yet. But that's one reason to pay more than just the multiple for the top-up business. The other thing is the data and the cloud. I would think that Finger Motion is a perfect setup to announce some sort of AI application that has broad use somewhere in China or Southeast Asia. And those kind of things could make the stock start taking advantage of big multiples. So those are a few things on the revenue. The C2 contract, the command and control contract that came out with such fanfare, 2 vehicles. I think it hit the year-end numbers without any management discussion. I think the revenue was $155,000 for 2 vehicles. That's nice, but you're not going to change the fortunes of a company on that. I think Finger had a chance with the toad pumping the stock price and maybe all of us going in and buying when it was $5, $4. I think they had a chance using Roth. They could, of course, the toad probably would have been the other side of the trade, but they could have raised $15, $20, $25 million earlier this year and put it into the C2 contract. Well, why didn't they? One, maybe just stubbornness that, let's not do a deal with the toad. We're not going to do it under the market. Stock's $4. Why should we do something at $3.25? It could have been that. It could be, hey, we're the powerful investors in Singapore, and we'll put up the money. Or it could have been that either management doesn't see the value of the contract, or the contract's not that big. It's not exclusive. It's not the entire country. I don't know. To me, if I were trying to grow Finger Motion, I would have taken the money and I would have started. We know they took money in December. So let's say in the first quarter, they started one cycle of the C2 contract. I would have taken money right there around the end of the first, beginning of the second. I would have started a second quarter cycle and a third quarter cycle. And if there was enough left over, maybe a small fourth quarter cycle. And then every quarter, you'd have revenue coming in that could pay for the next C2 contract and the next one and the next one. And then you become a cash cow and independent of the banks. But they didn't do that. It's either because the contract's not as good as we thought or I thought, or they don't have the vision, or it could be just simple. You saw it in the release. They changed the automobile shop. I don't know. It doesn't say if it was good or bad or ill will, but what I see in some of my ramblings, listening and reading about China, even a company like BVD is delaying the payments to its suppliers. So it could be that there wasn't an opportunity to raise money because it was too risky. I don't know. But it brings a question to me, ESK. That C2 contract could be the greatest thing. But the way they're doing it, they've stretched it out, obviously. They raised $1 million or something. $1 million. They didn't raise enough money to ramp it up. So that could bring in other competition, or it's just not the thing to get excited about. So that's everything I can say about the revenue. On the rest of it, the next things coming sort of are earnings and cash flows, those things. It's possible that the December raise in C2, we could see, let's say in the our fourth quarter, we could see some profitable numbers. That would give it a kickstart. But what's important to Wall Street is how's that growing? Is it repeatable? So we'd have to pay attention to the management discussion. But what I think is coming up for Fingers, they have to raise money. And maybe the junket to Singapore is to raise money from this group of investors. I have no idea. Last time when they raised money, even though they're loyal investors, they know the destruction, they're just like any other investor. The stock was, I think, 275. I don't remember. You can look it up. And they did the deal at 150. They're just like any big investor wants a discount. It's just how it goes. Well, I've had a lot of big investors. I've lost big investors. But whenever they do it, I always tell them the price will come down to your price. You're better off going in where they want you to. No, I want to negotiate. I want a deal. All right. And sure enough, over time, the stock price comes down to whatever the discount was. So it's just a weird habit of investors. So anyway, my point is, I think Railtown's going to raise some, Finger Motion is going to raise some money. And it'll be at a discount to the market. It'll be at a discount to the market. Whether if it's through Roth or through these investors, I don't think they can help themselves. They'll do it at a discount. The stock right now is up. But if I had to guess, they'd price the deal at $1.25 if they did it right now. And then the shorts would come in trying to get the stock under $1. So that's the rapids that Finger has to get through over the next few months. What could surprise us, I guess, is, there's talk that they're going to, do the Bitcoin in the treasury. If you wanted to cause the SEC to shut down trading and take a deep look at your stock, put Bitcoin in the treasury and have the stock price go up. Just look at QMMM. That may be an idea that these investors have. I don't think it's an idea. Now, they may control the board. I don't know. I just don't think it's an idea that Martin Shen will go along with because it's risky, I think. I think it's risky. Now, just so you know, I'm not trying to be doom and gloom about finger motion. Once they raise money, once they get the C2 contract from the first quarter processed, and once they're into our next year, you could get surprises from Sapientus, from big, huge contracts. To me, the biggest thing that would be a surprise is all their computational power. Maybe it gets an AI flavor. Maybe they, SoundHound leases license. They buy the license for the AI and provide a service. Maybe Finger Motion license a similar AI, uses their computer's availability and goes to one of the car manufacturers, just like SoundHound. Maybe they become China's SoundHound. I don't know. But young people, smart people, realizing the upsides in AI and with the trust Finger Motion has with the Chinese government, that's an area where I think you could see a surprise. And if they somehow locked that in, you could be thrilled next year. But, I'm not privileged to any ideas or inside. My final comment on Finger, there's no way in hell that Finger Motion is going to squeeze. None. With one caveat. If that group of investors hires a trading desk, let's say out of the Bahamas, spends $5 million to get the Tonys and Alfredos and Vilfredos there to turn on the machines to buy. If they put up 50 to 100 million in an account that those machines can use to trade, and if the promotional boys can get you to get Finger Motion up, the sellers could get in trouble. And if there's an announcement about an AI or an insurance company contract, and then the meme catches fire around the world and the stock starts to run, well, those cell computers will start buying in. And then you could get an HKD or a TOP squeeze. But that's that fine set of circumstances, surprise, manipulation, and the sell side buys in. Good surprise. It has nothing to do with Wall Street covering the shorts. Zero. I think it's the flaw in the presentation. Bill Clinton or his administration changed the UCC Section 8, and I just found this out a few months ago, and I've read it to you and shown it to you. He changed the UCC Section 8 such that brokerage companies, your brokerage company, no longer had an obligation to use the stock you bought with your cash as an asset in your account. The stocks you buy are held in street name at the DTCC. So if you bought your stock through E-Trade, Finger, it's held at Morgan Stanley in the name of Morgan Stanley at the DTC. Morgan Stanley's hot shots in investment banking and stock loan, they can create derivatives to hedge positions with their big mutual funds like a Stevie Cohen or a Polar. And Polar can authorize a bunch of cowboys to start selling the stock. They lend it out and they're hedged. Now, I don't know how those work, but they're hedged. The easiest way is one of these toxic convertible notes. Or you get at the market with all sorts of descriptions, if you read them, that hedge, but a lot of warrants. It's that crap, all that bells and whistles, that the financiers can use to hedge the constant selling of stock that doesn't exist. And into that world, they split retail compliance. They split compliance into the retail brokerage firm and the prime broker brokerage firm. And then they took the trading desks out of the brokerage firm, made them hedge funds. This is Obama. FDR, my ass. And so those hedge funds became brilliantly rich. The firms get the trades and the commission and the stock loan, but the compliance is in those hedge funds. And those hedge funds are the lifeblood of the prime broker and the market makers, either directly or through all these cowboys. They're not going to cover. They're not going to cover. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, and I know I have my head up my ass. But the idea of chasing a squeeze in finger motion stock caused by a buy-in, I think, is close to zero chance. If finger motion suddenly had just an out of the blue story or revenue deal or some massive good news, and a group of investors bought up a lot of the stock, paid off a trading desk to rig the computers to buy, cheat basically, which I'm all for. Why not? And then colluded with each other. If those machines can cause, and then they pay some pumpers, and the pumpers can get retail to start buying, and then the stock goes up. The sell side rigged, spoofing, cheating, breaking the law, selling by computer. As the stock goes up, they may start buying in because they have that so-called discipline. That could cause a squeeze. Won't last forever. Stevie Cohen will come in and rescue Melvin Capital, and then they start a process like they did with GME. The flaw in our thinking is that there are systems in place. There are none. The only systems in place are the ones to help Steve Cohen, Fink and Flink and Black and Griffin, and the rest of the whole prime broker and hedge fund space. So would I buy Finger right now? Let me look at the chart. I don't know what's going on. I would tell you, Ham has a great ability to make that stock go up. So it doesn't matter what you think about it. If a lot of people start buying, and then the momentum starts. I've noticed about most of the audience, once the stock goes up, they want to buy it. Yeah, I see why he's saying buy calls now, because the stock is sort of flat, but I don't think it's low enough for me. It's popped up now to 169. It went up to 178, which is the 200-day moving average. I mean, you could convince yourself that the finger chart has a declining wedge and this is a breakout. But I think it's going to be tough to get through 178. If it does that, 2 becomes an obstacle, which may or may not last long, but it's an obstacle. If it does get through 2, there's a little resistance at 2.4, but there's a huge gap to fill at around 350. So it's a nice, it would be a nice move if you buy calls and just treat it as money you can afford to lose. That would be a nice move. You get a double in the price of the stock and you get a much higher rate of return in your calls. I personally think the stock kind of broke down. Let me see the longer term. Yeah, I think the stock broke down, but it's rallied. So maybe I'm wrong. But there's one way to see that it broke down. And my guess is it could just as easily go to 125. I would buy calls probably then, because everybody will give up. There'll be no premiums. It could go lower than that. It has before. But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of feel 50-50. Now, if it breaks 180 with volume, I think it'll go to 350. And if it's real buying pressure, it could go to 5. But I think they're going to raise money, and it'll be at a discount, and it'll be the whole cycle again. At least that's the possibility. This might be the surprise. They raise money at the same time they make a breakthrough announcement and they turn on the machines. And I know they want to bring some crap into the treasury. I just don't buy that model that much, but it seems to be working. Whatever works, whatever gets you through the night. And ESK, one of the reasons to get people to buy calls, if you want to be cynical, when the call premiums go up, the computers notice it. And then the computers, such as they are in this space, maybe on the short side, maybe elsewhere, and maybe some humans, but mostly it's computerized, they'll notice there's this huge premium on the calls. They'll come buy the stock and sell the calls. Well, that has a perverse action. It makes the stock go up. It suppresses the calls briefly, because as the stock goes up, other people start buying more calls. It kind of feeds on itself. So if you want to make finger motion go up so that the shorts have an ability to short something, and then you can do a deal, cross a deal with the toad via Roth, that's one way to do it. Or on the other hand, like last time, instead of using Roth, you could use the loyal and very nice, very wealthy, very good, smart investors. As it goes up, you just do a deal marked down 30%, 50%, and you raise it that way. I guess the final thing, ESK, I wouldn't put it beyond the possibility that if Ham's telling you to buy calls, he knows something. He should be careful putting, if he does, he shouldn't be talking about it, but whatever. Maybe he isn't talking about it. Maybe he's just saying, whatever. So there may be something big coming. Maybe that whole flight over to Singapore is about finger motion. I don't think it is. I think it's probably more about GDC. But I don't know. I'm in the dark, my friend. That's my answer, ESK. My Way by Frank Sinatra. I think Elvis Presley did My Way better than Frank. When he was fat, Elvis was great. Ah, yes, Finger, Marlon Mundo. Pizza rules. Glad to see you on tonight. I don't know. I'm feeling better. I don't have chills. And, it's 10 o'clock. I don't know how much longer I'll go. I'll get to the bottom. Hey, Jim, how are you? Susan Michaels. Thank you, Susan. That's awfully nice of you. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well. I think that's great that you cared, but I'll get better. I told my sister I don't like complaining. She said, you don't seem to complain about it. It's just sometimes it's a lot to deal with. I actually left early today for the first time. Not too bad. Not too bad. Like 3 or 4 minutes, because I just felt so uncomfortable. And that's what the medicine does. So ironically, that feeling bad is actually a good sign. Bill Miko. Hey, William, just prepping for a deposition tomorrow and listening to you in the background. Sorry, won't be able to give any riveting comments tonight. The anti-Semitic comments by listeners was bull. Thank you for that. I'm not an anti-Semite, and in fact, I'm not, what's the word? I'm not against anyone. Bigoted, racist, any of it. I'm none of it, none. I was blessed to grow up, well, anyway, I grew up in many environments, traveling the world, and a lot of cultures, and never once did my parents teach me to treat a poor Malay or an Indian trying to sell you something very, very cheap, very, very nice, or the ambassador from Papua New Guinea, an elegant woman, whatever the situation, none of it. So I appreciate. I won't do it today, Bill Miko, but I saw there's a guy named, it's either Elon Papp or it's another gentleman, and who happened to be Jewish, but they pointed out the strategy. And the strategy is basically to continue on their mission. The Zionists continue on their mission to create a state as big as Texas, or as, you know, a country as big as Texas or Turkey, there, and they're not going to quit. And one of the tricks written in is, if someone objects, call them an anti-Semite. So it's all part of the game plan. And I hope we're just a few people, but I think we, as population worldwide that are interconnected, that we ignore the calls for war. Zelensky, who is a Nazi, by the way, the whole group of them are, but Zelensky, apparently, you know, what I read and hear, if we give him the tomahawk and he launches in at Moscow, good Lord. I wouldn't want to live in London. I wouldn't want to live in Washington, D.C. If he does damage in Moscow, submarines are going to come up around Cuba and go back down. We're not as protected as we used to be. And we don't want World War III. My understanding, I don't know why Iran stood down. I wouldn't have, but they did. So it's given Israel a chance to rearm, bring in American weapons, and make no mistake about it. This is Zionism. And the United States Zionists are Christian. So it's this lobby. I can't reach it. It's the lobby. It's the lobby. Big book. I have to get started on it. But written by John Mearsheimer, and Stephen M. Walt. But anyway, it's the lobby, and we're going to go to war for a colonialist objective of taking over land in essentially between the Nile and the Euphrates, going down into Saudi Arabia, in a very colonialistic flat fashion. You can argue we did it with the Indians, with the Native Americans, and I think you'd be right, we did. You can argue that. I went to a wedding in Hobart. I might have told you years ago, a good friend of mine. And I didn't RSVP. I was living in London, but I was on a tight budget. You know, we were three guys in a phone doing deals, and I just didn't think I could afford to get there. But then as it got closer and closer, I went down to the high street. I think it's called Travel, not Lodge, Travel. Anyway, I went down to one of the high street ticket agencies on Kensington. And what the hell's the name of it? I can't remember. Went in to the agent, and she said, lovely. Anyway, she found a ticket to Hobart, and I flew down. And I didn't have a place to stay, so I got held up at customs. They went through everything thinking I was a drug dealer. And the hot chick that I was flirting with, she left. And I got held up and I was pissed off. And they said, "Are you sure you've written this? You've answered the questions honestly?" I said, "Yes." "Well, you're going to be a lot of trouble if you didn't." "Well, what do you want me to say?" "Well, how come you don't have a hotel room?" "Because I bought my ticket at the last minute." So anyway, I went to the wedding in Hobart after spending one night in Melbourne. New Year's Eve. I went out by myself and actually had fun. But went down to Hobart, and the first night or second night, I was, they were so glad I was there. Big crowd. His father's a extremely wealthy financial guy from London, and his mother, they divorced, but his mother comes from old line money, and it was all very, very posh. But Hobart was beautiful. We were all invited to a wedding of one of I think it might have been he's now divorced from her, but his wife to be's mother, but it might have been somebody else. Anyway, she stood there and came up to me. "Oh, so you're the American?" And I said, "Yes, I am." As I looked right at her, her boobs were right here. As I looked, she was a rather matronly woman. She had her drink. "How do you find Hobart?" she says. I said, "I love it." And we walked up over the mountain. We went to some petting zoo. We drove around. We went to some market. We went to a restaurant. It's beautiful. I love it. And the boats and the harbor and that regatta was happening right then. I said, if this land were in San Francisco, you'd all be wealthy beyond your dreams. But so it was quiet. She said, "Oh, right." And she had her sip, and it's quiet, those lulls. So I don't know how to talk about football in Australia either. So, or rugby. So I said to her, "But there's one thing, She said, "Yes." I said, it bothers me. Everybody here is white. There's no, I may have said there's no African Americans and caught myself, but there's no people here, nobody here of any other color than white." And she looked down at me, shocked that I even cared. I said, "It makes me uncomfortable. I don't know." That's what I said. She looked down at me and said, with her cigarette voice, "Oh, that's because we shot them all." Made me sick. But that's what they did, apparently. I asked around. They would go out in trucks, particularly at night, with lights and rifles, and they'd shoot the Aborigines for fun, for sport. So other horrible, evil human behavior has happened in our history, but it's never been on TikTok. It's never been filmed. It's never been on every Instagram, every Facebook. It's never been so widely reported. And the United States of America does nothing. In fact, it engages in it. It's pretty scary stuff. And I just hope, trying to wrap back to how I started, I think Israel's going to attack Iran. And I don't understand why Iran gave the pause. But I think Israel intends, as I said 2 or 3 years ago, the right wing, these Zionists, they're going to go after it all. And I think they see their opportunity as now. And I hope we can stay out of that war. I really do. I really do. If the United States could stay out of that war, we would find such support quietly from all the Middle Eastern regimes, from all of the countries around the world. And I think support for the dollar and Western financial systems would slowly come back. But we're just going to go down this neocon route. The Wolfowitzes and the Newlands and the who was the guy at State last time? I can't remember his name right now. You know, it's scary stuff. P.S. Very happy with my rail position. 40K is plenty for me at this time. Well, you're not going to get a chance to add to it. So when you say at this time, that's all you're going to have, in my judgment. You might be able to buy 1,000 shares, 5,000 shares, but it's highly unlikely you'll be able to buy 40,000 shares as the stock starts going up. I mean, at one price, if you keep raising your bid, or if you just keep going up the ladder with the price, you may get 40,000 done, but it's going to cost you a lot more money. So when you say 40,000 is plenty for you at this time, it's all you're ever going to own is 40,000 of Railtown. So don't kid yourself. You're not going to have a chance to add to it. Now's the time to add to Railtown. And I don't think it'll last very long. You sold 40,000 shares of Railtown now at a price lower than where Railtown is selling. But in fact, Railtown went lower after you sold it. And, you know, a circuitous route, buying some equipment, but other money coming in. You bought 5,000 shares of GDC at 7. And it went down to, damn it. I think it went down to 350, 380 or something. I don't know. It's hard to read. But then it's rallied back. 2 days approximately, it went to 750. And you had a chance to swap your 5,000 shares of GDC for 80,000 shares of Railtown, which is unbelievable. That would have been a brilliant trade. Then you would have 120,000 of Railtown. But now GDC is 637. And the argument with GDC that you pointed out was the headline. You're not the only one with that argument. I'm not picking on your argument. This is the argument in currency, is that GDC Bitcoin approximates 22.37 a share. It's a very amateur or misleading post, because if you look right here, it's based on 39 million shares used to buy the Bitcoin. This is what it says. The headline is misleading. It says, as disclosed September 16th, GDC entered into a definitive share exchange agreement to acquire 100% of Palace Capital's issued and outstanding ordinary shares in exchange for $39 million. Through this transaction, 7,500 Bitcoin will be transferred to GDC and held as long-term digital asset reserve upon closing. Based on the current Bitcoin price of approximately 117,000, the acquired Bitcoin represents an aggregate value of 900 million. This equates to an implied value of approximately 22.37 per share. Mr. Zhaozheng Wang, who I think is the guy out of Puerto Rico that everybody knows and I've met, said, by completing this, we have significantly strengthened our balance sheet, and we're in the top 15 companies with Bitcoin as our reserves, which is tremendous. And they got a great website now. It's all tremendous. But that was, let me write it down, 39 million. I got to write it down. What was the number of shares? Darn it. 39,189,344. So it's 39,189,344. And they used a Bitcoin valuation of 876.8 million to make their calculation. So all they did was divide almost 900 million by almost 40 million shares. They came up with this 2237. But you got to go, unfortunately. You got to go and add in the existing shares outstanding. And according to, I think I can show this to you. Darn it. Maybe not. Maybe, there it is. Well, it's hard. According to OTC, these existing shares outstanding, very hard for you to see, is 16,795,000. So you have to add that to the 39 million. 16,795,433. $39,189,344 plus 16,795,433 equals 55,984,777. So you take 876,800,000 and divide it by 55,984,777. You got a price. The price is $15.66 per share. $15.66 per share, not 22. It's still a big number compared to the value of the Bitcoin. I was concerned at first that they would try to make it run And if it didn't work, then the Bitcoin wouldn't get transferred in. But reading the filing the other day, they did acquire it. So it has settled. And the stock now, is it's trading at a third of what it conceptually should be trading at. The market cap of GDC the market cap is 356 million. So one way to look at it, you're buying the stock, whatever, for a third of the value of the Bitcoin. It must be the greatest deal ever. You can triple your money. Well, they already kind of got that one announcement wrong. So for me, it's like, why'd they do that? And what I was thinking is they're just trying to trigger a squeeze. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, they'll walk away. But it looks like the Bitcoin is indeed in the company. And I can't figure out how they're hedging it, because if I had $1 billion worth of Bitcoin, I wouldn't put it in an over-the-counter company that decreases my value to 400 million. I wouldn't even do it for 2 weeks. My wife would tell me to sleep on the couch. My banker would probably say, "What happened to all your collateral?" I don't get it. But having said that, it may be a way of turning Bitcoin from a wallet into collateral that you can use to do other things. And if you think about it, to even this up, I tried to figure it out last night, but I think if all the ownership stays the same, and if the bank or this Palace Capital are the organizers behind this, and if Palace Capital or the insiders are the source of the Bitcoin, one way to even this up would be to raise money and issue enough stock that the ratios of ownership gives the people that donated the Bitcoin an equivalent or better value in the stock. But I still don't know why they do it, because the stock is very risky. But so I'm not going to do it now because I want to move on to other comments. I came up with, and I could be wrong, but I came up with, I'd have to do it again. I was tired. I was just playing with it. I came up with they'd have to sell 300 million shares to get the ratios at 6-ish, to get the ratios so that the people that put up the Bitcoin would kind of own what they in value that they originally owned. I believe in the documents, although I couldn't find it last night. I remember seeing they incorporated in the announcement, they've expanded the number authorized shares to 1 billion, and they've added a layer of preferred stock, 20 million. I've never organized a deal with preferred stock. I've been around them. I've watched hotshots come in and take control of companies with preferred stock. My guess is the preferred stock is there for the people who own the Bitcoin to take control of the company, for sure. and then they at least remove the risk that the company somehow squanders the Bitcoin. Then I think if Palace Capital, who may have been the same guys helping G-Bucks, by the way, because it's that same real estate idea. There's a Palace Capital real estate in Australia. I don't know if it's the same guys. Don't know. Because it's a Cayman Island shell company. Well, if the Palace Capital guys are working with the bank, and maybe the bank is Univest, maybe they're coming up with a new way of financing. And if it works, they could do this deal after deal after deal after deal. And how it would work is they'd come in and get retail to run up the price of the stock. A bunch of guys would fly to Singapore and say, hey, we need to put up $50 million with Univest. I'm making this up. With Univest. And we've got to pay $5 million to this trading desk in the Bahamas. And they'll turn on the buy machine. Univest will be there trading it. And they're going to try to cause demand in GDC to go up. And then the sell side, which will be there, the sell side will be fighting it for a while. But then you could see the sell side give up, and you could get an HKD or a TOP spike, and you could have the stock go into hundreds of dollars a share or much higher. Bill, you're probably one of the only guys who'll know how to trade that. But most people will get frozen. It'll be up. It could be up in 2 hours and back down. It could take 3 days. No one knows, and it only looks clear when you look back at it. So it'll be an experience if it happens. I think that could be going on with GDC. I think that's why everybody's meeting in Singapore is to manipulate the buy side, which is illegal. But what the shorts do is illegal as hell. So I'm all for it. I'm all for it. And I hope people make a ton of money. But if you bought GDC, I think you're buying it for the potential of that short squeeze. You might be buying it because you really think it's going to go back to 15. If I'm right, without doing any arithmetic on the whiteboard, I think they're going to, if the stock goes up, I think they're going to cross a deal, maybe with Palace Capital, maybe with somebody offshore, but maybe through Univest, and they'll sell a lot of stock into the market. And I think, I don't know if the right price is 637, but I could conceive of a point where they sell enough stock in the open market that when you add it to the value of the Bitcoin and the cash they raised, it could be $6 a share. But I don't know. It's too many moving parts. It could be $10 a share. I don't know. But it doesn't have to be $15. I don't think it'll be 22. Now, what's positive, if they use the same model that Cohen used over at GME, they could wave it up, raise money, wave it up, raise money, wave it up, raise money. And you could be owning a stock, although you're crammed down on a percentage ownership basis. You could own a stock that has eventually, maybe 10 or 15, $20 a share in cash. And then how they go use it could be exciting. Those are the positives. I guess some of the risks are, was the Bitcoin audited, or can it really be transferred? They say it's unencumbered. Is it real? I don't know. I'm asking people to believe that Railtown has a unique story that the shorts aren't paying attention to. And maybe that's the case with GDC. But we'll see what happens. I think it's gambling. I think it's highly, it's just throwing your money away, or you hit it big, or maybe it ends up somewhere between $6 and $15. And or I mean, conceptually it could end up a little lower. Say it ends up between $4 and $15, and that was worth the fun. You put it out there. Maybe it runs like HKD and goes to $1,000 and you get out, and that's exciting. Or maybe it's just another, pull my finger. But it's worth it because the ending position, however volatile it is, the ending position, you don't lose all your money. In fact, you probably make some. So the idea is, I'll take the bet, and this time it might squeeze and I might make a gigantic amount, but net, I'm not going to lose it all. So I'm willing to do it. And I guess that's the idea behind GDC. I personally think they're going out there to Singapore to try to set the machines to run it. Nobody talks to me about it, so I don't know anything. Don't think you're getting any inside information. It's just my perception. So if you own GDC, turn on your pre-market computers so you can sell it pre-market. Sell some. That's where the volume will show up, is pre-market. If it happens. But I think it's a gamble. And like I say, Bill, the other day you could have swapped your GDC for 80,000 Railtown. I think you can still swap it for 50,000, more than that. I would guess Railtown by end of the year is worth that position, 50,000, be worth $500,000. We'll see where GDC is. 5,000 GDC to be $500,000 would be, I guess, $100. Will it be there? I don't know. But you could get the squeeze. You could get the 1 in a million squeeze, and it seems like they're flying out together to make it happen. That'd be my guess. I don't believe the flight out is for Finger. I think it's for GDC. So you might end up in something that's very exciting. And I guess they're talking about Mountain. Same guys, same bat channel. Maybe they'll make something happen there. But my bias is, if it's based on the idea that the system has to buy in undelivered, failure to deliver trades, I think that's something I don't think the Wall Street has a system for anymore. I think the handful of men that do this with very brilliant attorneys, and the hedge funds that benefit from it, and the prime brokers who benefit from it, had attorneys. They got this through. And the first step was 1994. The second steps, many steps, were getting rid of the uptick rule, pushing through Reg Show in 2008, and then under Obama, creating Well, I don't know if it was government. I think it was once all the banks got consolidated, basically four big banks, and under Obama, they split the banks into FDIC insured. Remember, they take all the risks. They didn't want to go broke, so they split it so the taxpayer could cover them. And all this money they're creating illegally, no taxes are collected. And a lot of the money we spend is on useless wars. But whatever, this is our policy thinking right now. So it was around 2010, 2011 that the entire system became electronic. You can no longer, maybe in very rare conditions, you can no longer hold your stocks at your brokerage firm in type 1, in physical ownership. Everything is a securities entitlement. So by definition, it's not fruitful to go after the brokerage firms for something that Bill Clinton made legal in 94. And then the system is all electronic, so you can't prove it anyway. It's like stepping on one of those floats that you put in the pool that's not all filled up. As soon as you get in it gets squishy. When you're not on it, it looks firm. That's this argument. You step on it and you can't prove it. It's really weak. It's really weak. No lawyer's going to, in my judgment, no attorney's going to take it up. So then you're left with violations of security laws and fraud, and those might be fruitful, but it takes years, decades even. And in the meantime, the beat goes on. Do the guys here who had an idea with G-Bucks, now working maybe, I'm guessing, with Univest, have they come up with a methodology with GDC, because they actually control GDC, using the real estate firm, management firm, which is out of Australia, if it's the same, Palace Cat, you can look it up. Have they come up with a strategy to raise money for a shell and then make the shell a really meaningful company that then can do other deals and then becomes a source of income? Yeah, could be. Be fascinating to watch. I don't think it's going to squeeze on a buy-in. It might squeeze if they work together and put up a lot of money, tens of millions of dollars, and pay an algorithm to spread buying around and then get us to get it up. So could happen. And Bill, it has the potential right now anyway. If it's $6 and the value per share is 15 something, I guess that's $9 to work with. I tried to figure out, and I can't, I tried to figure out how much money the shorts have brought in over the last weeks by shorting it. And I don't have, I couldn't find it. There was a site, I can't remember its call letters, but one thing was on my mind is when GDC was 10, they've driven it down over that period of time, shorting. So somewhere there's this big pool of money by selling stock that doesn't exist. And if they can get the stock to go back up, but not, that's where I lose my train of thought, not higher than the average that was there, or it doesn't matter if it's close to that price, they can do a big raise. That can be the money to fund the company. Even if it's a wash, then Univest now has this huge client called GDC to help do other deals in a similar fashion. That might be what's going on. I don't know. I don't know. Let me move on from GDC. I look, Bill. I know you're happy with 40,000. That's your decision. Hopefully, you make a huge return on GDC. Hopefully, even if you don't, the opportunity cost is worth it to you just to experience what happens. So I think but life is full of opportunity cost. I think the 40,000 shares you sold could be $2 million in a few months. That's a hell of a cost, but you don't see it, which is fine. I do, but it doesn't mean I'm right. Exactly. So I think I am though. I'm not all enamored of Bitcoin. Maybe because I had a chance to buy so much and I didn't. But I don't see how just by putting Bitcoin in a company, it suddenly comes so valuable. If I'm an investor, I'm not going to buy Mike Saylor's company. I'll just buy Bitcoin. But maybe he's such a genius, he uses Bitcoin better than I could. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, Goodwill Trading took a break from the market. And without looking at the trends for this stock he's pushing, I'll bet it had a big spike in the last year or two. GTII, CJYL, GoLogic, a stock you don't even know. Oh, Logic, I guess that's not, I don't think that's the symbol. It's not the symbol, but thanks for trying. He's a re-pumper. Well, I kind of wish you'd stayed on your break from trading, Goodwill Trading. I never recommended GTII as a buy. I made the mistake of owning it, but I never came out and recommended buying it. Ham came on a lot and really, and I'm not pushing responsibility on him. It was my audience, it was my vehicle. I stand by that, so I'm not trying to get away with that. But it's not true that I pushed GTII. I never did, never did. But I did. In fact, I was really skeptical of GTII early on, and one of my friends and investors convinced me it had this huge upside. So I established a larger position than I should. But what I did do early on is talk about the potential for what if there were a buy-in, what the squeezes could be like. And I did do that, but I never recommended GTII. I'm sorry. I never did. I never made a trading recommendation to the upside. I want to say 2 years ago, it could be slightly off. I came out to my thinking pretty clearly because I had to be careful. There was a lot of my friends were bullish. Ham was still very bullish. There was the potential Trento mine could work. And I went through that calculation and maybe it's worth this much a share, this kind of thing, just like I just did. All, chewing the whatever, the tobacco. But I came out and said, look, there's something going on in the background. The CEO is taking control. The people who were working for you, there's a little palace intrigue. There's a little conflict in the C-suite. I think you should start taking tax losses. And of course, I did focus on logic. But I thought the fact that I was repeatedly saying establish losses in GTI, and we talked about how that I was being very clear. I couldn't come out right out and say sell, 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 because the stock was low, and I think it was I don't remember 55 or 78, but it was coming down lower. I thought GTII was going to buy CRTD, and then that was the CEO that screwed that up. I think the guys associated with our side of it did their best to come up with strategies to get you guys in trouble, but it just never worked. FINRA, the company, none of it caused a buy-in. And earlier this year, I learned from the great taking that what I just described earlier, that I really just don't think there's any buy-in. And what you guys have is an open field to ridicule a guy like me when it's you that are shorting stocks that don't exist, abusing the system, and destroying people's accounts and the entire market caps of companies. And then you have the balls to accuse me of wrongdoing? It's pretty ballsy. But I didn't recommend ever. I never recommended purchase of GTII. I did with some friends early on. I talked about it, but low prices got too high for me, too risky. I never recommended ZJYL, although I bought it. I never recommended ZJYL. I never recommended GoLogic. I never recommended GoLogic. If you're somebody that pays attention, but I know you're a short, so you really don't pay attention to any one story. It's just a matter of press. Logic early on, which I owned, did a 1-for-1 split, which I got. I think I still have them, but they don't trade. It's like 23,000 shares or something. Of Lovero. They did a reverse of the technology into Lovero. And so one stock became two stocks. That was about 3 or 4 years ago. And I didn't tell anybody to buy it then, but that GoLogic was a spinoff of Logic. So I didn't tell anybody to buy GoLogic. It's just a spinoff. And then GoLogic eventually was going to spin their technology into the shell of recruiter.com. And that was all announced. That looked kind of exciting. But then that CEO, another goofball, I don't know. He got well paid for his efforts. Was he part of it? Maybe. But they didn't take the technology. They licensed the technology, and GoLogic was abandoned. But Goodwill Trading, I never once ever recommended buying GoLogic, ever. So you're obviously misinformed or intentionally trying to create some linkage because these stocks didn't work, that my recommendation on Railtown is wrong. I actually appreciate that you bring up all these stocks, because even a guy as careful and successful as Bill Miko and others, it's not just Bill. There's plenty of my friends, very smart, thinking they're hearing the story on GDC and that's where you got to be. Well, maybe. I'm skeptical though. Maybe that's the one that works. And I don't think it's worth diluting a position in Railtown, which is about to pay off, and turn into I think, an investment grade company over the next many months. That's a prediction, not a promise. I really appreciate, Goodwill, that you support my opinion, because I've gotten in trouble with people since June. I've said, maybe at one time I said sell everything in a dramatic flare of my hands. But I came back after somebody pointed out something, and I made it clear what I meant, and I've made it clear ever since. I think everybody should sell every single one of these stocks that are in the high risk, junk, manipulated, confusing as hell, don't make sense, promoted, and involving short selling. They should sell all of them, every single one of them, and buy Railtown. So you make my argument better than I do. And I appreciate your support on that argument. When Railtown works, I'm going to leave the sewer to you, Goodwill Trading, because then you can just sell. It's not trading that you do. You just sell, sell, sell. Sell, sell, sell. It'd be like soldiers shooting barefoot children. Not a threat to you. Sell stock that has no buying. So I'm not repumping anything. Just so you know, Railtown had a brief run-up, I think in July. But I started talking about Railtown a year ago. But the timing of when they announced this acquisition of AIP Partners, which is gigantic, it's brilliant. And they said they'd go from MOU to LOI in a few weeks. And, I Googled it, and I kind of figured out maybe 90 days. But as it got closer and closer, I felt like, geez, I can't not be in Railtown. So I explained it to everybody. I got out of ZJYL and G-Bucks and one other one, whatever they were. I got out, and I have a small account now, thanks to you all's strategy, which, as criminal strategies go, it's better than drug running. And I think it was June 4th. It was the Thursday. I was just going to follow the advice a lot of people have, like Bill Miko. I got enough there. I'm going to have enough there. I'll have some there. Not making fun of Bill Miko. I'm just saying that's how a lot of people think. I was thinking that. I was like, okay, maybe I should just, put 10, 20% there. But I thought about it, thought about risk reward probabilities, the fact that the entire Wall Street world is being educated about AI 2.0 and raising money, thought about the fact that there is a real race amongst countries, regions, and these big MAGA 7 companies, MAG 7, to win the AI race. And then things came as I read about it. Some people live talking about data centers. I visited a friend that used to be my biggest client out in Virginia, and he drove me by the data centers. A lot of things all came together, and I thought, man, You got James Altucher, Morgan Stanley Research. You've got the compute power. You've got AI, agentic tool called Conductor that was built. The idea is 6 years old. It was built ready to go. It is in its third or fourth iteration. It's battle tested. It's ready to go, and it solves the development problem for all software development teams. First to market, best, and the market size Goodwill Trading, $305 billion a year. If they just get 1 or 2% of that stock's going to knock everyone's shoes off. So I'm not repumping. I'm telling it, just like you're saying, get away from all this game shit. Get away from these stocks. If one works, it's by chance. It's a mug's game. Goodwill Hunting needs retail in there because he needs somebody to be a sucker to steal from. And then if you get away from him, maybe that smug smile will fall off his face. I don't know. See, here comes the message. This is the message, guys. What happens with Railtown is Goodwill Hunting is not a particularly intellectual guy. He maybe got into a school and did okay, tried to be a broker maybe and washed out. Maybe not. Maybe he was institutional and those institutional jobs were going away. But somewhere, someone taught him, maybe it was Stevie Cohen or the Toad, this is how we do it. And we'll give you a kickback. We'll pay you this. Anyway, there's a whole, if you haven't seen it, I don't think it's an army. It might be a battalion of these men doing this. So here's what Goodwill Trading wants you guys to think. Number one, don't trust me. As he says, bullshit, by the way, that he took a break from the market. And without looking at the trends for this stock, I'll bet he's pushing it because it had a big spike in the last year or two. It didn't. It went to I'm trying to think where I can get the chart, but it's a Canadian stock, number one, and it did have a run up in after this research report, which I didn't even know about the company, but the research report that's fallen all over my desk. But this Research Capital research report, which I've broken it up, not intentionally, with a target of $2 on Railtown all by itself. I mean, here's their analysis of the multiples out there. All this evidence is in front of people. No other stock you're in has this kind. The base case target $2, the high case $3.60, and the low 90 cents. This written a year ago, just for Railtown. And anyway, when this report came out in Canada, the stock went up a little bit, not too far from where it is now, by the way. And I guess Railtown might have had a little bit of a run. But I didn't start talking about the stock, and it was in the 20s. Somebody pointed out you could have bought this stock 2 summers ago at 7 cents, but I didn't know about it then. But this stock isn't one of these manipulated stocks, and Goodwill Trading and his crew cannot destroy this stock. just how it is. He's going to hope that he can, but he can't destroy it. So then what he's going to do, he wants you to distrust me, which is fine. I can get hot-headed. I can say the wrong thing. And logic didn't work out. But was it, I told you live when I saw the financing they did, I got furious on there. And I fought on your behalf. I told the guy from the American Stock Exchange, at one point I frustratingly told, I said, it's going under $1. Then I said, it's going to a penny. Oh, you don't know what, there's systems in place. All you got to do is get the algorithms going, and if it can get it, it's going to. He stopped talking to me. So I did the best I could, but if CEOs are going to be suckered by you guys, why are you going to blame me? Anyway, you make the case perfectly. Logic was it's my largest position, but Logic, I know the CEO is an honest guy, met with him, eye to eye, we're going to do it this way, blah, blah, blah. They announced 8 companies coming in the roll-up worth $1 billion. And then some guy shows up in a Rolls Royce. He comes home flushed with, hey, the guy told me I'm a good guy. Good doggy, good puppy, good boy. And he signed the deal and toast. But you're going to blame me for that. So anyway, they want you to think that Railtown, because I'm bringing Railtown to you, that it's somehow a similar stock to that. Let me make something clear, Goodwill Trading. I haven't spoken with any management at either company, Railtown or AIP Partnerships. I have not received stock in compensation. I have not received cash in compensation. I have not been given promises of compensation, either cash or stock or warrants. I'm receiving nothing, Goodwill Trading, to talk about this stock. I'm not repumping it, as you call it. I'm not being paid. You might be talking about the Charm Boys, which is exactly my point, to get away from all this. And Railtown's the way out. So anyway, then he wants you, Goodwill Trading, who wants you to believe he's taking a break, which is bullshit. He wants you to get out as soon as it's up. That's what's going to come. As this goes up, you're going to, oh, take it. It could go back down. But Railtown's not like that. Railtown's going to be bringing revenues in the hottest space on Wall Street, and growing revenues, and revenues from, well, right now we know of 4 sources, but possibly from tens, if not hundreds of sources. And then AIP is going to roll up 400 million or more from their captive network. It's not the same. It's just not the same. This is all he has in his playbook. It's all he's got. It's all he's got. And he's going to come and give you advice after he took a break and he hasn't looked back. That's some chutzpah. Jason Harbison. All right, I'm writing that right down, Jason. $50,000. That's why I came on today, by the way. The reason I came on today, even though I was feeling poorly, I'm feeling better now. I don't know why. Is just that. I do not want you fudded out of the stock. I do not want you enticed out of the stock. And this idea that Railtown is the same as GTII or ZJYL or Logic, even though he doesn't know the symbol, it's just not. It's just not. You have a CEO who's been through it, and he is not going to do a deal that destroys the company. In fact, I predict he will not sell the company to anybody for $50 a share. I think it needs to be north. I think it needs to be north of $150 a share when it's sold. So don't listen to these guys. They set up the trap, and then I think honest people try to walk you through the logic. This makes sense. This is how you should play it. And then they spring the trap, destroy the stock, destroy you. The attorneys are advising the board. It's all incestuous. And when it's crushed, they come out, rather than blaming themselves, they blame the gullible CEO and the gullible person thinking the markets actually work. You got to understand, the markets for stocks under $5 do not work, particularly if the company needs capital. There's no uptick rule. They have high frequency trading, which is idiotic. There's no enforcement of the locate rule. There's no enforcement of actually owning the stock. There's no enforcement of delivery, settlement. And that's what gives these cocky only a mother could love them, gives them all their ill-gotten gains. All right, I wrote it down, Jason. Thank you. Hey, Donna. How are you? Oh, righto. Math, science, computer tutor. I'm from the UK. I think the capital gains tax is 25%. Bravo. Bravo. That's probably the cheapest tax you'll ever pay. But if I haven't bored everybody already, Railtown is not hot money. As Railtown goes up, it's going to stay. I'm not saying it's straight up. There'll be waves, but in general, particularly in the early stages, as it goes up, that new level's going to hold, and then it goes up, that new level's going to hold. And it's not because of manipulation. It's not because of our buying, in my opinion, had nothing to do with the stock price. Nothing. And you're going to say, how could that possibly be true? Well, it's because this is what Bill Miko doesn't get, or he's not thinking about. He was able to buy 80,000 shares of Railtown, and he thinks, well, nobody wants it, and that's telling me something. What it tells me is the shorts are giving you all the shares you want, like they do in 100,000 share stocks. But as it turns on them, they may continue it initially. Like I said, it could stagger up from $1 to the $5 range. Once Railtown crosses $5, and by the way, I don't know which $5. It might be the $5 in Canada that matters. So Railtown, it might just be $4 here, $3.50 here. But institutions will buy and put it away, and they won't listen to a idiot like Goodwill Trading that actually wants you to believe he took a break from the market. Anyway, math, science, computer, I just don't want you thinking this, as soon as you get a gain, you have to take it. Railtown is potentially one of the stocks, and there may be many in the AI 2.0 space, There could end up being dozens of them. I just don't know which ones. But Railtown could be one of those stocks that changes your account. And it does it maybe slowly at first, steadily next, and then at an accelerated pace. And then all of a sudden, you have, whatever, 5,000 shares of Microsoft or whatever the ratio is. So it's just not something, I don't want you to be hot money on it. I will try to take my blows on mistakes of believing stories that were told to me, and also believing that Wall Street was the way it was when I left my desk. But in my own defense, I've been very active trying to learn what's going on, and I've changed my views on the core assumption of short squeezes. I don't think the system ever closes a failure to deliver, ever. I just don't think they do it. They move it around. They move it around. And it's hard to accept because that sounds dishonest. Just like it's hard to accept that a lot of things are hard to accept. But anyway, math science, thank you. That's pretty interesting. You're ocean sailing, how are you? Hopped onto my phone, watching you from my TV, wanted to say hello, hello, and hope all's with you, well with you. Yeah, all's well. All's well. It's swell. Swell. I watched Pale Rider the other night when I couldn't sleep. Of course, I've seen it so many times. I couldn't watch it straight through. But there's a point where he says something like, when you see La Hood, when you voted to reject La Hood, you did that together. Well, you better stay together, because that's how you can win, or something like that. But if you go it alone, that's how you become easy prey. I want to play it back because it's kind of perfect for what we're going through. It's kind of perfect. It's good to see you, ocean sailing. I am sailing. Sure is amazing. So the 2 interviews you had with Mark and Shen was a joke. The meeting in Atlantic City was a joke, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, David. It's not what I'm saying at all. Do I have to try to answer this? I guess I do. I'll just limit it to this year. Early this year, I suggested it was a good time to enter into a trade of finger and maybe buy calls, but certainly to buy the stock. I preferred the stock because it was so cheap. It was like buying a call. And to my memory, I started that at 104. Maybe it was 108. And for many weeks, if not a couple of months, I said that finger was going to go up. It looked like it. And I had my targets, and I thought it could go to $3, $4, $5. And I said even 6 or 7. And then lo and behold, finger did go up. And I was right. And maybe a lot of the reason it was going up is the story out there was that it was going to squeeze. I don't know. But looking at the chart, it went up. Now, I don't know, but I think maybe one of the reasons Ham decided to go with a couple other people and just, I don't know, whatever. It was because Ham was saying Finger was going to go to these enormous levels here when he came on and that's fine. Everybody is entitled to their observations, their strategy, their opinion. But sometimes while he was on, he can't always get a word in. But in answering questions, maybe after he signed off for it, like I say, sometimes when he was on, I gave my targets, like I just gave you, David. And when the stock did indeed get to 5 something and 4 something, I said, why don't you sell the stock? Why don't you sell calls? Don't buy calls, sell calls. So I think I was right, David. And that was a great trade for the people that listened to me. I doubt it was very many. But for people that traded Finger in the first few months of that year, bravo. Now, you're saying it was all a joke, blah, blah, blah. I had 2 excellent interviews with Martin, and I don't think it was a joke at all. I learned a lot. And I think he's terrific. I really think he's terrific. I saw the brochure, the big, thick, beautiful, brochure on the C2 project, but I couldn't talk about it, and I don't remember much about it otherwise, other than it was very impressive. So yeah, I thought it was worthwhile to have the interviews with Martin Shen. But I think as we look back, and in some cases, as I predicted, other cases I didn't. You can't get every trade correct. Finger's been a trading stock. When it comes down, you can get in it, and then it suddenly runs up, and you get out. Now, the problem is with Finger, very much like GTII, I think Finger was squeezing about 2 years ago, David. And it was, I think GTII was 898 and Finger went to 970. And very similar price it went to. I can't quite remember. It got to around $9. And Finger Motion looked like it was squeezing. You had Wells Fargo pulled the buy button. You had another firm, I forget which one, Fidelity, in trouble, paying 1,000% to borrow stock. It was all because of the warrant, and Finger really seemed to be squeezing. It really did. Now, Cindy Lou Who thinks I'm blaming Lou. I'm not. What I think you can learn from it is the system, the criminals, the shorting system, the mafia, the cabal of shorts. They bribed several people, and they brought into action one of these so-called investment financial groups. I forget the name of it. And everybody moved over to COSM on false premises. And they sold Finger. And so whatever squeeze was going on with the stock up above 275 and the warrants stopped immediately. And Finger collapsed. And I think the system kept that from squeezing. That's what I see. I don't blame anybody involved in it, but well, maybe the CEO of COSM, he knew what he was doing, but he had a great opportunity to get $35 million. He took it. Why not? So Finger, David, as you know, maybe you don't. I don't remember when you got involved in it, but Finger almost primarily is a short squeeze story, which, by the way, you should know that Martin Shen does not agree with. He's never pitched it as a short squeeze story. He's never tried to make it squeeze. However, they have a great group of investors and responsive, and Ham's worked very hard to try to make Finger squeeze, and that's where you got that warrant as a special dividend. And it's pretty amazing. It was working. But after that, I realized, to me anyway, maybe you didn't, David, that the system was pretty darn powerful. And they were successful at stopping what I thought was a squeeze in Finger. Well, then you start looking at it as a trade. And I'm not going to repeat verbatim what I just spent quite a lot of time on. But the C2, I can't remember what the C stands for, collateral and collision. It's not it. Anyway, whatever C2 stands for, that contract was extremely exciting. But David, even a non-businessman like myself can figure out that when they did two vehicles in the third quarter of the previous year, and when it was reported in the annual report in, I think it was May of this year, that they got a total of 155 in revenue on two vehicles, that works out to about 75 per vehicle. And they did two. That's not going to change the story very much. Well, they did raise money with Roth Capital at a huge discount, which I agreed with in retrospect. They had the Chinese New Year coming. Who knows what would have happened after that? And they locked in some C2 contract that we don't know about. It wasn't in management discussion. But I don't know, it's possible. They did 100 vehicles with that. I don't know, 50 vehicles, 25, we don't know. We do have an idea that the revenue they gain is about 75 per vehicle, or at least it was. It might be improving. But here we are, David, in October, and to my knowledge, we've heard nothing about the revenue from the new C2 contract. So you can be mad at me and say I'm making it a joke or it was a waste of time. Or I may be pointing out to you that I mean, it's obvious the contract's not going to have a very big effect on this year's earnings. It's obvious. We could see some revenues that are profitable later in the year, and that could be excellent. But what you want to see is they can fund it and keep it going, and it becomes an ongoing, strong, growing source of revenue. And that's obviously not the case yet. It's going to be a little bit sporadic, and it's going to be stretched out. If you don't see that, well, maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. They made 35 million in revenue the last couple of years, even maybe 3. They don't make a profit. I can't make it up. I'm not going to tell you that they do. But David, the key thing that changed as it relates to finger motion for me from the April edition of the Morgan Report, and I read from it to you, I subscribe to this report, but April, and I downloaded this book. You can download it. It doesn't cost you anything to download it. I tried to find where I can buy it. And I was telling somebody that this morning, and I remember maybe I can buy it at the author's website, but I can't find it on Amazon. So I'll look into that maybe tomorrow. We have received several questionings regarding the book, The Great Taking, for the past 2 months. We have reached out to David Rogers Webb, that's the author, David Rogers Webb, and plan to interview him soon. There is a second movie dealing with the pushback from legislation in Tennessee. The risks are there, but good efforts are being made, and the story is far from over. According to Webb's research, the global financial system has increasingly engaged in a practice where all securities, David, all securities, stocks, bonds, and other financial assets are used as collateral by the world's largest banks. This practice, known as collateral management, is carried out without the explicit knowledge of individual investors and institutional funds. The financial securities are pooled, P-O-O-L-E-D, pooled, in centralized depositories like the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation. Through this system, securities are rehypothecated multiple times, creating extensive collateral chains that contribute to the rapid expansion of the derivatives market. This practice has evolved into a systemic method of leveraging securities for financial gain. It was legally formalized through the 1994 revision of Article 8 of the Uniform Commercial Code in the United States. this effectively transferred ownership of securities. This effectively transferred ownership of securities to the central depository, stripping investors of direct property rights and putting their assets at risk in a market crisis. To legalize this activity, which accumulated in this revision of the UCC Article 8 in 1994, the concept of quote unquote securities entitlements was introduced, which replaced direct ownership of securities with a contractual claim, effectively allowing central depositories, the DTCC, to utilize the securities at will. They can use your stock any way they wanted to. Rehypothecation, the practice of reusing pledged collateral to secure multiple obligations, lies at the heart of the scheme. When banks engage in derivatives trading, they use the securities held at the DTCC as collateral without your knowledge. The Federal Reserve even acknowledged this in legal documents, explicitly stating that investors, quote, do not have rights attaching to particular securities in the pool, unquote. This is April of 27. Sorry, it's April 27th of this year. Instead, they hold only a pro rata claim. So investors do not have rights attaching to specific securities in the pool. Instead, they hold a pro rata claim to a collective securities pool, effectively making them unsecured creditors in an event of insolvency. So in other words, David, you think, and Ham obviously thinks, when I bought Finger, and this is the way it used to be. It was the way it was. That we bought a specific amount of stock in the company that belongs to us. It doesn't. It belongs to the brokerage house and the DTCC. And if there's a derivative created, it belongs to the fund on the other side of that derivative, not to us. All that we get is a securities entitlement. So, I mean, if you own 1,000 shares, I own 100,000 shares of Finger, and there's 1,000,000 shares of Finger at Morgan Stanley in Morgan Stanley's name, I get 10,000 shares of Finger put in my account. You get 1,000. I don't know what that is. I guess I have 1% of that position and you have 0.1%. In that example, you can flip it around. I'm not trying to have the most. So what I'm entitled to is my 1% claim on Morgan Stanley's pooled assets. So what Morgan Stanley can do, if I give a sell order, they can sell the stock, give me the money. I never know a problem. And they can move some things around. And you know what? Their biggest trick? They can settle a trade with another securities entitlement. So as long as it stays cool, relatively calm and cool, nothing happens. And when the warrant as a special dividend started working, the system put together 2 or 3 promoters and a CEO and convinced everybody to swap out and over. That's what I'm afraid is going to happen at Railtown. That's why I'm trying to prepare everybody for that. They're going to try it again. And it worked. But the key thing, David, we don't have specific rights to our shares. Specifically, we own a claim on a percentage of a pool, an ever-moving pool. But if that doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother you. So the concept of securities entitlements replaced direct ownership of securities. But you're not going to worry about it. You're going to say that there was a joke about 2 interviews. I don't know. I don't know how anybody processes something. But it says right here that the premise of a short squeeze is pretty weak. It can be manipulated into one. I think that's true. I think that's true. Okay, rehypothecation, the practice of reusing pledged collateral to secure multiple obligation, lies at the heart of this scheme. In other words, they leverage the securities. Not only do they use your securities, they leverage them up. So rather than having outright ownership, investors are granted a contractual claim that allows financial institutions to prioritize their own interests in using these assets. If major financial crises were to occur, the first rights of the underlying securities go to the secured creditor, which isn't us. Rather than having outright ownership, we have the claim. If a crisis occurs, the first rights go to the secured creditors. Anyway, that's, David, what changed my mind about the chance of security short squeezes. Not all short. I've just told you. If you have a surprise, if the stock price can go up because of that surprise or because of manipulation, the sell side computers can start buying, and then you have a squeeze. That can happen. When? It's unpredictable. Is it a safe bet? No. Does it have anything to do with my interviews with Martin? No. The short squeeze side has nothing to do with the interviews I had with Martin. Now, let me quickly say on Finger. I think Finger is a good company with good management. They've developed a great deal of trust in China. And if they can get through this, they need more money. I mean, it's obvious. Unless the C2 contract from first quarter, the implementation had bang up results, Finger needs to raise more money. I don't know. Maybe they pull off a miracle and they raise money above market with one of the most powerful investors in the world. I don't know. But David, for me, to not observe that there's a risk of financing, I wouldn't be fair. And when the stock was $5, came down to 4, came down to 3, I was saying the same thing. And when the annual report came out without management's discussion, I was worried. And you know what, David? I predicted, I'm not going to find it right now. I'll find it for tomorrow because it's almost midnight. I predicted for October 1 that finger motion would be $1.25. I was wrong, but it was a lot higher when I said that price. Not because I dislike finger, not because I'm disloyal. They need to raise money. I also told people, David, if you were watching, I told one investor when she had 1,000 shares of finger at $5.60 a share, I said, why don't you sell that and buy Railtown? And I don't remember now. It would have, if she did it, would have purchased, I think, I can't remember, 11,000 shares of 11,000 something, 12,000 shares of Railtown. Well, if she did it then, and she may have, she has 12,000 shares of Railtown that went up and then pulled back, but she's still up on the Railtown side. But to do that now with finger, to sell 1,000 shares of finger now, I don't know. I don't know where it closed. 174. You'd get 1,740 divided by, where did Railtown close? 452. So I'm going to give you approximate. Instead of getting 11 or 12,000 shares, you'd get 3,300 shares. So David, I know you want to be mad at me as if what I say has anything to do with the price of finger. But I made it clear to people in the early part of June, or sometime around then, that I thought it made sense selling finger and buying Railtown. Now, what I've been wrong about, I didn't have a clue that the attorneys could take this long. But you got to remember, it's Canada, eh? They do things differently up there. You don't get upset. There's no pressure, eh? Be a mate, eh? You know, I really didn't think the attorneys could ever take this long, but they did. But David, I clearly recommended, and more than once, the sale of finger to get into Railtown. It's a strategy. I don't control your decision making. I don't control your money. So now if you're upset that I can't tell you that finger's going to 3,000, don't listen to me. Listen to him. I don't believe it is. I do not believe the best chance at a squeeze came before Lou Bravo, Frank Benedetto, and the CEO from COSM came into the spaces and punctured the bubble. And they did it with GTII. I'm not blaming any of those people. If they hadn't done it, the system would have found somebody else. I'm not blaming them. And so if you think somehow they're going to get away with goosing a squeeze and finger, I just don't believe it anymore. You can believe it. That's just two different opinions. But that doesn't mean that I don't like finger over the long run. That doesn't mean that, I don't know, if I had 50,000 shares of finger, that I wouldn't hold it. But you know what? If I had 50,000 shares of Finger a couple months ago, I might have sold it and bought Railtown. And then I'd go back into it. But David, this idea that you buy a stock and hold on, dead hands, and you're loyal, that's what they count on. You've got to try to see, maybe, because nobody knows the future for sure, but you got to try to see the cycle of it and the trend of it. If you want something positive on Finger, I think Ham is able to get stocks up, and he works his ass off, and he talks to everybody. And I'm sure if he goes over to Singapore to talk to all those people, they're going to have their head full of BTC and Treasury and special dividends and other strategies, which might take hold. And Finger motion, if this is my opinion, if the group of investors want to make it squeeze, they're going to have to raise, I don't know, $50 million, give it to Univest to trade, and pay $5 million to a guy in Cayman Islands to get the computers going around the world, and then get us to get the stock price up, and the stock could have one of those spikes. Whether you trade it correctly or not, I don't know. I don't know that I could. But otherwise, I don't see Finger squeezing. Ham says, apparently, that I have my head up my ass. So if you don't like my message on it, listen to him. He doesn't believe what I'm saying. He says it differently. I respect that. But the evidence is right in front of your eyes now. I showed it to you. We don't own securities. Wall Street can do whatever the heck they want with those securities. We can wish it were the way that it was, or was the way it were the way it were. We can wish, but it's not that way. And I think you still can sell your Finger and buy Railtown. You just can't buy as many shares. But you run the risk you miss out on the run-up that Ham can conjure. So maybe what you do, you be like this investor that he used to have, he gave to somebody else. She knows when he starts talking. She's always paying attention, calling in multiple times a day. But as it goes up, she sells. And if she tries to get the top, but if she doesn't, oh well. And then it pulls back and she does it again. Maybe that's what you do with Finger. Rather than getting pissed off at me for telling you what the situation is. Sure is amazing. So the 2 interviews you had with Martin Shen was a joke. The meeting in Atlantic City was a joke. Blah, blah, blah. That's not what I said. It's not what I said. Jack Hamilton. Good evening, Mr. William. Good evening. And hey, Jonna. Sam Guest. I'm at 8,556 rails. That's awesome amount. It's an awesome amount. It's late. I meandered. Let me see if I have anything in the media to show that backs anything up. I may not, and I may not go searching for it because I'm tired. But what's this? Small cap. Here's a friend of mine, and you should follow small cap. He's a smart guy, but he's saying you should own GDC. GDC at a huge discount now. So I'm not picking on anybody, but I'm skeptical. Doesn't mean I'm right. I don't get it. What's this? Oh, Patient Swings talking about Railtown. He's a very sober, I don't know if he was a banker, but kind of Wall Street guy who can play basketball and honor his vows. But he says Railtown is quickly becoming one of my top plays for the fourth quarter. So he's a little bit further out than well, we are in the fourth quarter, aren't we? But I always feel like I'm always a little bit more urgent than everybody because it was one of my top plays in the last two quarters. And he says, I think that he thinks they'll deliver long anticipated news this quarter. And when they do, this stock will soar, in his opinion. And then he posts what Rebecca Kurzweil posted. All right, let me see. Yeah, here's for David. This is what I put up August 1. I predicted Railtown would be $5 by October 1 because I figured the lawyers would have the documents ready. But who could believe they're still not done? But I still think Railtown will be $5 once the documents are presented. And then I said Energy Vault would go down. Disastrously wrong prediction there. Energy Vault is now worth $500 million and trades at over $3 a share. But what does Energy Vault do now from here? I don't know. Mountain, I said it'd go to 8. It actually went to 3 something. And Nixie, I said it'd go to 165. I looked it up. It was 145. So I got those two right. But look over here, Finger. On August 1, I said Finger would go to 125. Well, I'm wrong on that. Wrong on that. It hasn't. But I'm not saying it'll stay there. I just think if they do a financing, there's a risk that the financing will be done at a discount. That's all I'm saying, is trying to guess probabilities. This isn't about hurt feelings. Or maybe it is. All right, let's see. I'll go through these charts. This is the first one. This is Mountain, and this is from last week, so it doesn't reflect any rally. But if you were buying Mountain in the 20s, based on everything, do you see what you stepped into? Or even if you started buying it down here, the shorting, the selling of non-existent shares just goes on and on and on. Why? It's either preparatory to a financing or it breaks. It finally breaks. And the yellow half circle there, that's the gap. That's where I got my $8 target from. And look, it broke in just 2 days. It goes all the way down under 4. How do you recover from that if you're in Mountain? You think it's going up, and don't talk negatively. You had a good interview. Well, I never had one here. But you got to look at what you're seeing, and it happens over and over and over and over again. Take that down. This is Railtown. So now it's old. We already had a good day. But I was going to show you this. I think this was going to be Thursday, whenever I was really tired. I really, I ended the call quickly. I had another call, but I didn't come back on. But anyway, to me, Railtown built up a declining wedge. I think I'm being somewhat wishful thinking in seeing a declining wedge there. On the other hand, that's what I see. And to me, a declining wedge means it's bullish, number one. When it breaks out, you get a move upward, my rule of thumb, equivalent to the sideways movement, which I can't calculate here. That's a lot of sideways movement. That's a lot of squares. It's 3 months. And you add it to where it breaks out vertically, it's a big number. That's why I believe it's going to be $1.25, $1.50 as soon as the news comes out. Anyway, that's Railtown. And I'm not saying trade it. It's not hot money. This is G-Bucks. Now, here's another beauty. Now, I have to say, in fairness to him, he called it right in here. And it went up to 10 or 12. Now, the person who used to deal directly with him now deals with another. I'm sure she sold somewhere on that way up because she's a pro. Well, then it sold off and it gave another run up. It did not, if you notice where the second green arrow is, it did not make a new high. In fact, it's slightly below the other one. That's a failure. It's a really good signal that it's going to go down. Now, I'm not a day trader, so I didn't pay attention to this. But if you're in the stock, these are the kind of things the shorts are looking at. And the guys that get comp stock are looking at. And pros are looking at. They're going to get out. Well, look at what happened to G-Bucks, I'm sorry, G-Bucks. It's the greatest story in the world. Billionaire involved, the UAE, Goldman Sachs, crypto, a gold company, announced, and then it was taken back. And look at the destruction. Now, what I think is possible is the guys getting together to create the story here may have shifted over to GDC for the time being. And they'll come back here. So maybe if you really want to do something with money, but you might have to hold it forever, and it's throwaway money. It's complete crapshoot. But maybe G-Bucks, you buy it when nobody else wants it, and you hold on to it. If the whales make GDC work, I think they'll come back to G-Bucks, to Nixie, to ZJYL, maybe to Finger. But look at that. How do you survive that? Railtown's not going to do this. Railtown will not do this to you, in my judgment. This is Energy Vault. Now, I don't know which price, August 1, I guess it was. So I pretty much was at the low, not the low, but from August anyway, I pretty much was at the low on the stock. And I predicted lower. I wonder why. I think I was looking here at the support down here, and it had broken under the moving average. So anyway, I was wrong on that. It was a failed, this wedge here, it broke down instead of up. Now, if you're clever, you could see that as a declining wedge and ignore that it fail, just ignore that. And then when it broke up, you'd see that it was going to run. But I stopped looking at it. But anyway, now that I see it, that does look like a declining wedge if you ignore the breakdown. That when it broke up, it would go upward by that amount, which is pretty high, and it did a little bit better. Anyway, this one, what do I think now? I don't know. The every time it's gone up, it's pulled back to the 20-day moving average, and that's been a pretty good support. And that's what it's doing right now. And maybe it has another run in it. It has broken above the horizontal resistance over here. And now it's coming back to test it. So it could still have more upside. But on the other hand, things don't run straight up. But my opinion on Energy Vault, I don't see how the shorts destroy this company. It's got, even though I think the margins, since they have to borrow money, at least on the presentation I saw, to get 15% returns, the margins aren't all that exciting. On the other hand, if you get an offtake agreement, you have the spread forever and you're leveraging that. They raised 300 million. They can go buy more of these projects. I don't think the shorts are going to kill this stock. Do I think it's going to go up 10x from here? Who knows? But not quickly. Not quickly. So, in retrospect, it would be better to have waited, be selling it now, and buying Railtown. I would sell NRGV right now and buy Railtown. I do it all day long. Again, it's a difference in opinion on what causes short squeezes. And my theory might be wrong. This is GDC, and I think this is a 5-year on GDC. And this was before the announcement Friday, I think it was Friday, that the deal got closed. I didn't know what to say about this, so I didn't draw any lines. It went straight up, broke, came down through the 20-day and the 50, broke through the 50, and now it's back up at the 20-day. And I think support is right here. Initial support is right here, right around $4, give or take. And that's where it went, I notice right now. And then it bounced off of that. If I didn't know some of these other things that people have talked about, looking at this chart, I think it would go back down to that $4. But if the pieces are there that the shares are worth $15 a share, obviously this chart doesn't mean anything. And only you can decide that. Again, I think Railtown's the better place to be, at least over the intermediate term. Probably the longer term, too. This is Dolly Varden Silver, which I think is a great stock. And I'll try to get the CEO on space calls. I hope Busy Brands can help me make it technologically powerful. But I think this is a 1 year. Yeah, 1 year. It finally broke through on the upside. This cup and handle pattern, I don't know. I've never been good at it, but that's a pretty big cup and a handle. And I think Dolly Varden is going to 10 and much higher. I think Dolly Varden will be bought out. Now, let me just see if there's anything else I wanted to show you. Get it out of the way. Um, let's see. This, I'm sure, is about GDC. I can't remember. The target has good and valid title of all assets, including but not limited to 7,500 Bitcoin. So that's very good. If you're bullish on GDC, this filing, which I just took a picture of to show you, that's an excellent statement. It is stating that the 7,500 is held free of encumbrances and has clean title. That's good news. Um, Palace Capital Holding is the target. And I guess I just copied that for the definitions later in the document. Well, I wanted to show you this. We won't spend a lot of time on it, but this is the picture that the IDF and the rest are using for a new Gaza. This is their plan. So, anyway, I don't think it has anything to do with Hamas or anything else. All right, so here, GDC acquisition, that's that 2237. We already talked about that. And this is the outstanding shares they didn't include in the calculation, which is either a mistake or it's an attempt to try to get people excited. I don't know what it is. I'm going to guess it's a mistake, but then you don't really have a good auditor or a good process. I don't know. Maybe they're shorthanded. Here's the highlight of the value. This is the chart of GDC. So as they highlight the value, it goes up a bit. But you've got a run up and a collapse under 5. I just wonder, I know the shorts don't pay attention and they short anything, but what's their thinking? Okay, so you got Yan Wang and Qing Wang own 4.12 and 7.28 of the outstanding shares of common stock. And their directors and share dispositive power over shares of the target, which is, the Bitcoin. It is a related party transaction for the company pursuant to Rule 404 of Regulation SK. I don't know if it matters. But the importance to me is they control it, which I assume is good. All right. I don't know if all of these will show up. I might. After I do these, I'm going to go to bed. Let's show this. GDC, it's just math. This is from Ham. 124,000 times 7,500, soon $1 billion in cash, and some fraud is naked short 235 million shares. Maybe this might be the one. This might be the way to get it. And anyway, I wanted to show you that's Ham's thoughts. The GDC, the game's over for the naked short seller and broker dealers. Better dig up the billions you're losing. I had a pleasure of meeting a hedge fund long, MTAN, will be a major winner this year. I love the reason why. 12 million naked shorts is my reason. In other words, the hedge fund has a different reason on MTEN. And these investors are all going to be together, and it's going to be these same stocks. So remember that. You might get a trade out of it. Doesn't change my mind. Doesn't change my mind. Here, patient swings. Railtown, oh, it's 56. Thanks again for posting this information. We've followed since February, others much longer. Concluded that this play has a good chance of producing squeeze-like returns, 10x or better, purely on fundamentals. There's icing on the cake. Makes me feel better about the extended wait for the key catalyst. Still think sometime in the fourth quarter they deliver. Yesterday's volume and price action seems to suggest some think sooner rather than later. And Dirty Randy says, Railtown, speaking of a dead short, curious what today's numbers are going to be. 53 million shares naked short. Keep an eye on this. Been waiting on news for 6 to 7 months. Maybe it's getting close. The squeeze trigger is 44. And we've blown through that. It's hard for you to see here, but this is every day of the shorting. It hasn't been as high as 90%. So maybe some people were selling. But anyway, this will get, maybe Dirty Randy will have that report update. But 52 million, there's a possibility. I hope it doesn't short. And here's Anna, Queen of Trades. GDC completes major acquisition, 7,500. And Kristen Shaughnessy there, another two terrific people. All right, what's this? This is GDC on I think it's a 4-year. I guess what this chart tells me on the lowest yellow line horizontally, this is resistance. So the stock broke through it, but maybe not enough, because you can see up there a little higher. It's hard to break through that higher number. But anyway, it's kind of broken through resistance, and now it's pulled back. And if you look in the context of this bigger time frame, the pullback isn't that damaging. The pullback hits a trend line and in fact stops at the lower trend line. So it bounced off support in a way. And you could argue it's a perfectly normal pullback. And once it starts trading back upward, I think if it gets through slightly higher than this, it's very quickly going to go to this level. Maybe. I don't know. That's $20. I don't know. That's how I saw it. There's resistance here. If they can break it through, $20 is the next target. And then you can see some of these numbers, 120, 160 and all that. I think if you're confident in the fundamentals of GDC, this chart confirms that it's probably okay. I just don't think it's better than Railtown. So I don't want you to get distracted, but people do what they're going to do. This is HKD. This is one of the stocks that might have involved Univest and Chinese investors. I can't remember, and I don't want to say that's definitely true. This might also be the stock that Ken Griffin was involved in, whatever his holding company is. But you see how it came out, and it traded up to these stratospheric numbers. And so if you were long this stock, did you get out here, 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 here? Or did you get caught up in it? Did you get out at the top? Or the next day it collapses, and then were you frozen? Did you get out? Did you think it was going to go back up? But you sat, and then the next day it gives up another breathtaking fall. Did you get scared out there? Or did you wait, and as it bounced back, you got out then? And then it collapsed, and basically in just a few, you see what it did. Now, my point on this is it's fun to be in one of these squeeze plays, but are you going to trade it correctly? You don't have to have any of this skill to be in Railtown. And I think experience, I don't know about these gigantic returns up there, but I think experience, 100 to 150x or better without worrying about all this volatility and whether you trade it correctly. This is TOP, another one. I think this was Univest, I can't remember, but it has the same kind of thing. The stock sideways, starts trading up. And if you have information, you notice it's trading up, you get in, and all of a sudden it skyrockets. Same question though. Did you sell on the way up? Did you try to, at the top, you were waiting for higher? The next morning when it opened halfway down, did you get scared out, or did you wait for the bounce back? Did you sell on the bounce back? And then it gapped all the way back down basically to where it started. Did you trade it well? Railtown's not going to put you through this hell. It's almost worse if the stock squeezes and you screw up. What's this one? All right, this is Railtown in Canada. And the reason I have to use Railtown in Canada is Railtown in the United States on this chart service. There was one trade mistake, of course, at a penny, but it makes the chart useless. I liked this chart for this cup and handle. Of course, I don't know if it's a cup and handle, but it kind of looks like one. And I like that it broke out. Now, that guy that was accusing me of repumping, you can see the high, which I think is July of 24. That's before I even knew about the stock. But that was from that research report. And that's one of my arguments, is that the stock from the research report was higher, and now it's lower under a combination of short selling and that the buyers can't buy. So it's been a great, and even now the stock is below that natural high when that research report came out in July of that year. Anyway, that top horizontal line, I think if Railtown breaks that, we're kind of off to the races. All right, those are the things I wanted to show you. Matthew Kolar, Vizsla, silver looking good. All the silver companies, all the mining shares are starting to show returns. And in fact, I think I'm going to have to shift to mining shares from the physical, because now I think the physical is going to give a double, slightly better in this run-up. But the mining shares could give you many, many, many multiples from here. As money comes into ETFs, as the bigger mining companies start cash flowing excess cash beyond what they have to pay to the private equity boys when everything was down so much, they start investing in other companies or just acquiring other companies. Everything is going to start feeling better with the higher prices. So it'll pick up, and it won't stop, by the way. It won't stop. Huxley, wow, live stream on Sunday. Huxley must be feeling very motivated and flying high. Actually, when I came on, I felt like I didn't feel that good. Right now, I feel a little better. Now I'm tired. It's not, I came on Huxley. I am cautiously optimistic. I can't, Huxley, my whole premise on Railtown was they would finish the LOI, maybe not in weeks like they announced, but sort of within 90 days. It's been 7 or 8 months. But I just can't see how they can wait until I can't, they can't wait till November, in my opinion. Now's the time to get this deal done, because Wall Street's paying attention now, boys, and the money's flowing now, and the acquisitions are now. So I don't think it's going to take much longer for the news to come out. I predicted Tuesday this week, but it could be next week. You know, there's no magic in my prediction. After the price went up a few cents Friday. So you're one of these guys. That was the main motive for me to come on tonight, Huxley, Craig, is guys like you. I don't want people thinking that Railtown is hot money and that they got in it. It's been under pressure because you guys have been shorting it, and now it finally breaks out and they should sell. I don't want them listening to you. The price didn't go up a few cents on Friday. It went up almost 12 cents. It went up 26%, 25.5%. It's a big move on Friday and good volume. So you can't diminish that. But that's not what the main reason is I expect you and others like you to try to get everybody to sell. And I just want people to know that Railtown isn't one of the stocks that you're going to have success attacking. And if someone here sells, they're going to regret it. There's a guy who sold half his position. He's content. And maybe he thinks, I don't know, I don't want to put words in his mouth, that he can buy 40,000 shares back. Huxley, he's going to have a hard time, and you're not going to be able to cover the shares you're short. But you're in a different situation. You'll be able to walk away from your position and leave your pile of manure to the prime broker. But thanks for coming on and spreading your good cheer. But why never hold live streams on other Sundays when the price was down? Well, it's not true. I have held them on Sundays. And the price has been almost straight down for 3 months, just down, down, down. But I've had other Sunday nights. You're wrong about that. But if you need to know, my mother, I went on a business trip to Denver, and then my mother was dying, and I went out to California, and I stayed there until she did. But that kind of interrupted some of my flow doing that. But I think pretty much I've done a live, and the only reason I do lives, I don't know how to edit. I don't know. I don't edit. I pretty much do them every weekend. So I think your criticism is wrong. Huxley Craig, my total is 1,000. All right, I'll believe you. I'll bite. You sound like a negative guy, but I'll put it down. Thank you, Huxley. You're a day trader. So you're going to trade it. You have 1,000, and you're going to come on when it's up and tell everybody, hey, I'm a holder of the stock. Don't you call me a short. And when it's 3, you're going to say, that's a win for retail. I'm booking my profit. I'm not looking back. That's what I expect. But I wrote it down. I appreciate it. I think your 1,000 shares, you should hold on to it. For once, maybe don't day trade it. Just hold on. You might be surprised. Hey, Steve, you're at work. Good Lord. Well, that's what young men do. They work. Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. Believe it or not, enjoy your work, because there comes a time, particularly when you've taken medicine, you can't sleep, you have chills, and in the middle of the night, you wake up from a dream and you're thinking about the good times or the people of places you worked. Even if it sucks sometimes, you'll miss your work when you leave it. So enjoy it. Be thankful. Matthew, I bought SLVR too. Good for you. Good for you. Look, I love silver. I absolutely love silver. It's breaking my heart that I'm not in it. But I'm writing down your number. But I've tried to focus only on Railtown for a couple of reasons. One, I really think Railtown is it. This is the one. But secondly, I want it to be clear. I don't want anyone to miss my message. It's Railtown. But Matthew, I was hoping that Railtown would move quickly. And for me anyway, I don't have a big account, but that I could borrow against Railtown and buy, establish my silver positions while silver was lower. But things don't work that way. I just to be clear, when in your accounts, if you hang on to Railtown, I think you're going to have large marginability. I do not want anybody to go overboard on margining their Railtown stock because these guys will take it from you. They are relentless. So you don't want to overdo it. And I think you want to wait till the stock price. If Railtown will probably be marginable at $2. If you start using your margin down there up at the $2 range, it may run up, but they will bring it down under two long enough that you might be sold out. And you don't want that to happen. So I wouldn't buy any on margin until higher prices, and I wouldn't use more than 5 or even, maybe 10%, but I wouldn't use much margin to do it. Thank you, Matthew. I'm up in most of the stocks I've heard on here. Bravo, Matthew. Thank you. Bravo. It's 12:30. I'm exhausted. Let me just see. And I'm starting not to feel all that great. That's probably just being tired, huh? All right, let's see what this. Just looking for some news. If there's any news to report to you on anything at all. I hope we're not at war. But my main message, just to repeat it, is you don't have to sell Railtown. You don't have to be scared out of it. You don't have to sell it so you can go participate in the potential squeeze somewhere else. It is true, maybe something will squeeze. Railtown could squeeze. I hope not. But you don't need to do it. This is your home. Wow, Trump unloads on Netanyahu during phone call. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The gosh darn girl is mine. Lover, not a fighter. I don't see any news that's going to excite you. Is that Hillary? No, it's not Hillary. Seems like it's quiet, which is good. First Brands collapsed. I have no idea anything about First Brands. Japan has elected a hardline conservative. Takaichi is her name. And she's set to become the first female prime minister in Japan. We're at a tipping point, trucking industry facing horrible rates and tariffs. Novak Djokovic won today. The Foreskins won today too. I got to see one touchdown. Probably be the only one I see all year. Are the Yankees in trouble? Looks like the Yankees are in trouble. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's depressing. I'm not going to read it. The Jets lost. I guess Megan's looking for a rich husband. Ooh. Russia strikes Ukraine with 50 missiles and 500 drones. Jets steamrolled by Cowboys. And their record now is 0-5. I wonder how the Foreskins are doing on the standings. NFL standings. Eagles are first and the Commanders are second. Wow, pretty good. 3-2. Cowboys are third. So we have to beat the Eagles. And we'll be tied for first. All right, I'm going to sign off and try to feel better tomorrow. Appreciate everybody. I'll have a total of, from what we have. Please don't listen. Don't get shaken out. Even if some of these stocks you want to be in, remember, you think I'm giving a timeline for Railtown that seems preposterous, but just remember one thing. In software, things move with the speed of software, and everything could happen much more quickly. If for example a buyout were to occur, it wouldn't be at those high numbers that I've projected, but it'd be a nice price. Personally, I don't think Corey would sell below $75, maybe 50 to 75 in the short run. I really think the company gets sold over 150 a share. Who knows? We need that information from news releases and revenue to make those calculations. But there's no reason to assume that once this news is out and things get going, that unsolicited offers to buy the company or hostile offers couldn't occur. And I'm hoping that doesn't necessarily happen, but if it were to happen, you're going to want to own those shares. And guys or girls that get out hoping to get back in, whether it's here or at another price. I mean, let's say you sold it because one of these guys tells you, hey, you got 350, that's a win. And you get out, and then there's movement, it starts moving and rumors, and the bloody thing moves, gets bought out, I'm making it up, over 100 a share. You may not be able to rebuild your position. So don't be in a hurry to sell. And Railtown will not, all things being equal, Railtown will not go up and collapse the way G-Bucks did or many others. It doesn't have that in its future. All right, I'm tired. I'm going to wish everyone well. I hope there's peace in the world, peace in your lives, and peace in the lives of the children in Israel and in Gaza Strip, in the Ukraine, and all the children that are in flight and are refugees. I pray they all have peace and that they're safe from harm. And with that, I say good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.